Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Toonkind D&D. I will be your host this morning. I am Fletch, also known as Fletcher, and joining me are four lovely players who I am so excited to drag into this hell with me. If you could all introduce yourselves from top to bottom.
Oh fuck! I'm first. Hi, I'm Staria. I was under the impression the two above me were also part of this, but no. Um,
No, they just like to
I am
talk.
I am playing the funny bug guy. Samsa. He's forcibly being put in situations. I will continue forcefully putting him in situations.
Good.
As is your right.
Always.
Good.
As a guy should be. That is the guy's natural environment, is in a situation.
He would very much not like to be in situations, but he doesn't have a say in this.
Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all others. I am your friendly neighborhood whirlwind Gale. I am also here. It is 6:30 in the morning, and I will be playing one Yuura audience, who has no idea what he's getting into, and I'm so excited for that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, it's my turn. The name's Roblox. No.
I still have the power to evict you from this game.
Yeah, sorry. Hi, this is Jade / Mega Marine, and I am here. Oh, I haven't done this in a while. I am playing Phineas Hawthorne, who has been in quantum hell for a while, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. And that's it.
Objectively, one of the worst of hell.
Yeah. You're simultaneously in hell and outside of it. It's not
You
a very...
think you're out of it, and then you're actually back in it.
Yeah.
Schrodinger's hell.
Back in the fucking building again.
I'm back in the fucking building again! Alright.
Every time I talk in this server, I learn so many things. Hi, I'm JJ. I'm playing Wax today. They are also being put in situations, and they don't know what a pronoun is.
My ears finally cleared out of liquid. Oh, nope, they're back in. Nope.
Maybe it is you who is back in the building again.
I might be in the quantum hell.
Perhaps. You never know. But yes, so to start us off, you are all... Yes, you may share your fun little character refs for the class. But, yes. To start us off, we're going to have a fun little party. Specifically, it's an auction because a certain merchant's inheritor wants to make a quick buck by essentially selling off his deceased relative's stuff, up to and including a garden that contains a variety of poisons. So,
Because that's a good idea.
yes.
Because this is something that could in no way ever possibly go wrong.
Mm-hmm. So, if you can make an argument for your character being invited, then they will make an invite. Then they will probably receive an invite and can show up normally. Otherwise, you regale me with how the heck your character shows up to this party.
Honestly, I think Samsa just stumbled into this thing, and he's just like, "The hell is this?" And by sheer fucking luck, they mistaked him for an actual guest and let him in.
Yeah, suddenly you're surrounded by a bunch of very fancily dressed people with all their little hors d'oeuvres and funny
Horse
little.
divorce?
Horse divorce!
divorce.
Horse divorce!
I love horse divorce.
Yes, there is a pair of horse tunes off to the side, which seem to be embroiled in a very messy argument.
Oh,
Quite unfortunate.
sad to see
Yeah,
this too.
I would like you all to imagine. Samsa's not very tall. He is 5'4". So he is probably overshadowed by most of these people. Only his little bug antenna poking out. It's just trying to not get anyone to trip over the cloth wrapping his arm, or that he himself won't get tripped. He's doing his best. He's not sure what's going on here.
That is very fair.
Oh, go ahead. No, you go.
I
Oh,
I will say, Gale, since you know Camille, you do have the option of either showing up on your own or showing up accompanying Camille.
yeah, I think accompanying Camille makes sense. Hanging out with a friend, going to a funky poison garden.
Yeah, because
Normal.
normal things. Camille, the normal murder mystery series things of you helped someone out in the past, so now you get an invite to a funky party, and hey, his friend really likes plants and stuff and needs to get out of the house a bit, so why don't we go together?
Yeah, exactly. And Yuura has, as you said, a very strong interest in plants. Actually has a particular interest in poisonous plants because poisonous plants can be used as very potent ingredients in potion making if you know how to apply them. So
Yep.
he is admittedly very curious and also just wanted to hang out with his friend.
Mhm.
Okay. I think Phineas would actually have been invited.
Mhm.
And my argument for it is if they had any poisons that specifically are magical in nature of some sort, an expert of sorts. Phineas has been getting more out there with being a magical teacher as well as somebody who knows some magic. So
Yeah, I could see that. You were specifically invited to gas up a lot of the stuff on sale and to gas up the greenhouse
Potential buyers.
itself because it is full of a lot of magical poisons. This is D&D, of course it is.
when you say gas up, by the way, you mean like make them seem stronger, like sell them?
Yeah.
Oh, this is perfect. You couldn't have picked a better job for him to do. He is a little bit of a con man.
Yeah, like
Carnival Barker moments.
Yeah.
yeah, you've actually met the host before in that case. Because he would very much like to get as high a price on these things as possible.
And of course, you make a small figure on all the sales you make,
Mhm.
in quotation marks. Okay, sales figures. Worst shit ever created. Also, I will say it's really funny because Phineas does recognize Samsa. Hi, buddy, in quantum hell. How you doing?
How many of you are in quantum hell at any given point?
Many.
I think just the two of us because we're also in the middle of a two-parter that never got finished.
Well, here's the thing. You're in the middle of one two-part. I'm in the middle of two two-parters, both ran by the same
fuck?
DM.
Oh no!
It's
Yeah,
okay.
and I'm saying also in the process of drowned and said quantum hell, don't worry about it.
It's
Surprisingly,
fine.
Phineas is being
fine.
drowned in two quantum hells. He's being
Oh
drowned
my
in both
God.
because he's in the middle of a ship in the other one.
Well, I can make
Oh
that
my God.
3. Anyways.
Sorry.
Dreadful.
No, you're good. But yeah,
Oh.
so Samsa, you stumble in, but first let's see our last member's grand little entrance to this game. And
Wax probably is the same as Samsa in that just stumbled onto this situation and is just here now. I am very surprised to learn that Samsa's only 5'4" though, because I'm 7 feet tall.
Yeah, I was looking at the title card. I'm like, either someone didn't know how tall this guy is, or he's being picked up like a ragdoll.
it's a Scooby-Doo stack. Don't worry about it.
Standing on each other's. Like, you're doing the fucking cheerleader thing where we're like,
We're a pyramid.
yeah, we're a pyramid.
Yeah, it's a Scooby stack. Oh, why are you?
Oh my God.
Let me adjust you. My leg's falling asleep.
No, how dare you move?
No.
I don't want to move.
Me.
How dare you ever move?
All right.
Crime.
In that case, we'll do it like this. Samsa, you stumble into the middle of a party on the edge of Vealstown, and surprisingly, you're not immediately kicked out.
Yeah, to his to his bafflement, he's not sure why no one has shown him the exit yet.
Yeah, you have received a few odd looks, but seeing as most of the guests here are toons, and many of them are perhaps on the stranger end of things, because of course a party like this would draw some eccentric individuals, you're mostly looked over aside from a few glances here and there.
This makes it funnier because he's real kind.
Yeah, they're just, you know what? Maybe real kind are just like this. They don't know.
Sensei's doing his fucking best. He's not sure how he got here and he's not sure how to get out.
But yes, as you stumble further into this party, because, you know, there's free food and free drinks, and no one seems to be offended by your presence, you go to the sort of... This all takes place in a big outdoor garden, the kind that has like a lot of fancy hedge mages and the like. So as you stumble further into the party, you do find yourself in a sort of center opening. I forget the word. It's 9 a.m.
Courtyard?
Yes.
Clearing?
Clearing, yes. A sort of center clearing that acts as the middle courtyard for this whole garden. And it's set up with a variety of tables that have items up for auction, and on the other half of it is a bunch of tables set up with food for the guests. And
This can only end well.
yes. And
this can only end well in the same place as a bunch of poisons. Yep.
I hope you know your rights from your lefts.
Yeah. I will say the items on sale aren't all like poisonous plants. A lot of them seem to be more like on the magical item and trinket side of things.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so as there's also a little turtle toon that seems to be the host of this whole shebang because he's standing there greeting all of the guests that arrive. And following you, Samsa, is another lost little intruder. Though little perhaps is not the right word for them.
Oh no.
So, Wax,
Little
I'm not entirely sure how you got here, but you're here now. And as with Samsa, no one is really kicking you out. In fact, since you appear to be a toon, they are even less concerned at your presence. Because, you look like a cowboy toon. Cowboy toons don't change out of cowboy clothes. What are you talking about?
This air of mystery, it will take you far in life.
Yeah.
Last we'll see of them, they'll be running into the sunset.
Yeah.
We need to get them a horse.
Oh.
Goodness.
Well, maybe he can pull one of the divorced horses.
Oh my god.
Homewrecker.
I think that home is already thoroughly wrecked.
Yeah.
Ooh, ooh.
Yeah, as you stumble in, a pair of horses arguing in the corner sort of pause, and one kind of gets heart eyes as they look at you before being immediately dragged back into the argument.
Where were you last night? I went to see the cowboy that you think is so bad for me. Oh, oh.
Goodness.
Oh my god.
But yeah, so no one seems to be immediately kicking you out, and, free food, may as well see what's going on here.
Yeah. Just sort of wandering around aimlessly at the moment because they don't know I'm here now.
Mm-hmm. So, much like Samsa, you do eventually find your way into the center courtyard as well. Now, for the people who actually received an invite,
The fuckers who were actually invited here is actually higher than I thought it would be.
Yeah. So, Phineas, I imagine you probably show up bright and early because, you are kind of doing a bit
I'm
of
a
a wink, wink,
salesperson.
nudge, nudge with the host here.
I'm a salesperson. I gotta get my stand ready. So
Yeah.
I believe I'm already set up with the stuff I gotta sell.
Yeah.
So it,
The host does want you to kind of be mingling with the guests, act as any other party goer, just, drop a few sales pitches here and there.
you want me to be the okay, I get it now.
Yeah.
Yes, I can definitely work with that.
So yeah, as you show up, that little turtle toon who hired you, named I did not name this guy. I don't know how to pronounce it. I believe Seuss Peterson. We'll
put it
just
down?
call him Peterson. Greets you with a big ol' smile, and let me pull up his ref on recording as well, as he's just, welcome, my dear guest, and
Cute.
gives you a bit of a conspiratorial wink.
Just winks at me
Yes.
in the most obvious way possible, I'm guessing.
Yes, as he's like shaking your hand to greet you to this party.
I have a question. He's a tortoise.
Yeah.
Is he winking really slowly at me?
Yeah,
really
sure,
funny.
why not?
So
Like, all of his other movements seem to be normal speed, but for some reason, this wink is just going agonizingly slow, and he will not let go of your hand during it.
Mhm, mhm.
Oh no.
Oh, buddy.
Glad to be invited, Lord Peterson. Is he a lord?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Alright, cool. Lord
He's
Peterson.
now
He is now.
Congratulations,
of
you've
D&D.
received a proponent.
He owns
You
lands.
received a
That's
promotion.
qualification
enough.
enough.
He has gotten a
Oh.
promotion. He is a lord now. Congratulations.
I do hope that you find everything to your liking.
Oh, the party seems lovely. We're still shaking hands.
Oh yes, just give it a minute.
Mhm.
And
And this
yeah,
is the middle courtyard
yeah. It's
where
a-
Samsa is.
yeah,
Samsa is just like in the background, just like lost.
yeah. Both Samsa and Wax can observe this.
That's the voice. Ah, finally, someone I know. Wait, it's social interaction. Never mind.
It's too late to leave now.
I love the mental image of just Samsa and Wax having like gotten lost in the woods somewhere, wandered out, found themselves in a hedge maze, and then found themselves in the middle of this hubbub.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah.
Samsa's not the type to go places with purpose. He's here now. He doesn't know what to do with that.
Yeah, because
Understandable, I would
this
say.
It's in Wonderland. If Alice was a middle-aged man.
Yeah, because this McMansion is on the edge of Vealstown, so it is like probably around a 10-minute drive to get like into the Vealstown city limits. Uh, so you do have to do a good bit of wandering to get out here, because like there's a
Yep.
long stretch of land that belongs to this family.
Oh my god. Sam, how far did you fucking walk?
If it helps, since it's probably like, you know, in the way that estates are, like they're super
Yeah.
big stretches of land, but like there's nothing there but fucking grass.
Yeah.
So this giant ass mansion and the huge garden next to it are like the only things around.
Oh my god.
So you may as well check it out, you know?
I think he was like, oh yeah, let's go. Maybe I can ask the fancy guys for direction, and they're like, oh yes, let's come in. I was like, wait, what? No, wait.
Yeah.
Oopsie doodle.
The party guests are entirely too welcoming. Congratulations.
You are now trapped by social niceties.
For exactly.
Yes, after a
He
minute.
keeps searching for a way out, but every time he gets closer to the entrance, someone tries to strike up a conversation.
Yeah, and I will say the arguing horse couple has moved to block the entrance he came in from, Wax and
Oh my
Samsa.
god.
So, like, if you want to leave the way you came, you have to, like, awkwardly interrupt them and, like, try to edge past them.
I
Oh.
don't think that I should.
Yeah.
No,
Whatever
no,
they
Sam
have
is
going on.
not touching that with a
Yeah.
20-foot pole.
Whatever they have going on is entirely their own
Hey,
business.
gang, just want to side quest, get these couple back together. Or get them fucking separated. Whichever one it happens.
Get them better partners.
Setting up one of them with wax already.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
that was terrible.
Oh. Hey,
But,
Flutter, I'm sorry. The game is about this now.
oh my gosh, alright. Murder mystery on
kidding.
hold. We have
Who
to
needs
stop.
a murder mystery when we can have soap operas?
Y'all
Oh,
are
okay.
about the horse divorce instead of the actual meal. But yeah, so after a minute, Peterson does let go of your hand, and you are free to mingle with the rest of the party. which means that we can have the last members of our party come in.
Hmm?
So, Yuura, you and Camille both have an invite. Though you were not the intended recipients, the person who it was originally sent to couldn't make it. So, so now you both get to have a fun time at a little fancy shindig. Peterson,
Nifty.
yeah. Peterson he doesn't seem too surprised that someone other than the invited guest shows up.
May I know who the invited guest is?
They are an off-screen NPC that I made up for the purpose of this game.
That's fair. That's fair and valid. I'm just like, I don't know if this is lore I'm missing or what.
Nope, this is just me pulling out a standard murder mystery trope from a bag.
Plot contrivance.
Mm-hmm.
Love plot contrivance. Oh.
Yeah. So
This
as
is gonna be
you
a little plot convenience. Don't worry about it. Sorry.
don't worry about it. So as you all show up with with Camille in tow, Peterson does move over to greet you as well. He's like, "Oh, hello. Are you?"
Guys, my Yuura will give like a polite little half bow and say, good morning. Yes, we have our invitations. And he will hold his up.
And Peterson will take a quote-unquote brief glance over the invitations.
Brief.
Yes, quote-unquote brief. As let me pull up a random name generator.
I got you. Hold on. Just go with
Joe
Chad.
Average.
I'm not.
Wait, Chad Average.
I'm just. Camille just pipes up like, Mr. Otto couldn't make it, so we're coming here instead. Peterson looks over the invitations, gives you a nod, and is just, well, that seems to be the case. Welcome to the party. And he holds
Thanks for
out
having us.
his hand for Yuura to shake.
Yuura will be polite and his hand.
Congratulations, this is going to be the next minute of your life.
Honestly, he kind of expected this at this point and is just like, yep, okay, this is how this works.
He is a tortoise, so
Yep.
Just weird that
This is a bit now.
all of his other movements are normal except for the handshake.
yeah.
Well, it's a little fun.
It's a bit now.
Yeah.
He has to abide by it.
Mhm.
The bit has been committed to.
Phineas is writing something down.
Yeah, so as he very slowly shakes your hand, he's just, I hope you do find something that interests you here.
I hope so as well. From what I've heard, you have a lovely collection.
Oh, yes, the best in all of Easttown, if I do say so myself. And everything you see here is for sale if you find anything that you wish to take home.
Then we shall have to keep our eyes out.
Like, and he does eventually let go of your hand, and you are free to go.
And away we go before we can stumble into that bit again by accident.
Yeah.
Hey, Camille!
No, Camille is, just to make sure, Camille is probably taking Yura's hand and rushing a bit further into the garden.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, those roller skates come in handy here.
yeah. Just as quickly and politely as you can make your way away from him.
And it just looks down at Camille, just that guy is an interesting one. He is definitely trying to sell us stuff.
As far as I understand, that is most rich people.
Yes. He wrinkles his nose at that. Rich people only want to become even more rich. Unsurprising.
Well, if I had to guess, he likes to spend a lot more than his father did, and he doesn't have the same business sense, so he's trying to recoup his losses, if I had to guess.
I'll get that impression.
And let me just roll something. Yeah, okay. Camille will probably go on a little bit of a ramble. This isn't about him, so I'm not going to I'm not going to give him the spotlight. So,
These two are just gossiping in the background.
yeah, he's probably pointing out, like, Peterson's state of dress, the sort of, if you look closely, the mansion is very impressive, but there's a little bit of disrepair on it. Peterson has a way too expensive accessories on his suit, but it's not tailored at all. Just sort of things like that to kind of show, like, this is someone who wants to look super impressive, but doesn't necessarily have the know-how how to do it.
Has not yet learned how to be tasteful.
Yeah. So,
Just imagining Camille going on like the classic Sherlock Holmes style rant.
yeah. So if the others want, they can probably overhear this.
I was gonna say while that was going on real quickly, Phineas would have eventually noticed Samsa and moved towards them.
Yeah, Samsa does stick out like a sore thumb, so it's not hard to find him.
Yeah.
I recognize those antennas anywhere.
Oh, hey, bud. What? Fancy meeting you here again. Where is this? I don't.
Edge of Villestown, about 10 minutes out from the city center, and 5-minute walk from the hedge maze you walk through.
I was hoping that I found the exit, but instead they said I think they mistaken me for someone else. They said every time I tried to get out, something was happened near the exit. So I guess I'm just waiting for whatever this is to end.
Oh no!
Free food.
Wait, hold on. Can I, Fletcher?
Yes.
Let me ask before I actually do anything. Phineas studies contrivances and convenience and stuff like that. So hearing the idea of being stopped from leaving,
Yeah, you want to roll an intelligence?
you, if I may.
You may.
That is a 17 plus. I'm rolling real life dice, by the way. I can roll on the thing if you prefer me to.
Nah, I trust y'all.
Okay, cool. 17 plus 4, that is a 21.
Yeah, you can figure out that, yeah, this is very much a plot contrivance. Samsa is supposed to be here as much as he's not supposed to be here. And
You know, and I was gonna make money on commissions. God damn it. Whatever.
yeah,
Whatever.
there's plot afoot, and with that I can give you if Wax is trying to like make a tasteful escape or anything, Phineas would also be able to.
No, he isn't.
All right.
Isn't.
What's he up to then?
No, I'm just saying, if he's trying to make it taste like escape, no, he isn't.
Oh.
Oh,
No,
Well-
I can't express how much he is probably literally just standing there.
There. He's just standing.
Like this guy already.
Mm-hmm.
oh, Samsa, if you're not invited to the party, who's your friend here? Who's your +1?
What? Who? What?
What tall fella next to you? I do love that you did not see them.
I
Suddenly,
did not
blast.
notice you.
It's fine.
Okay. Hi.
Hello.
Do you also get here by accident?
They just kind of shrug.
Fair enough.
They walked here on purpose, but they did not mean to come here.
Well, let me just go look at it real quickly. Taking a quick look up and down. Well, you seem like a good fellow. At least the party seems to be saying, you at least. I mean, you seem like a fellow who uses poisons most of the days.
What? What?
That's what this garden is. It's full of poisons and shit.
And people are they're selling that?
Yes, you can buy poisons in Villestown and Toontown. You can buy poisons anywhere.
That sounds like a bad idea.
Well, they can be used medicinally and for other sorts of things, plus magical ingredients, so on and so forth. Plus, you've never been to a thieves' guild?
No. Feel like I'm missing here.
Alright, I think I know how to bring the rest of the party together.
Yeah.
I
We've
think,
got the two halves of the party.
yeah. So, so to be clear, Phineas, Wax, and Samsa are bunched together, right?
Correct.
Alright. In that case, Camille overhears the conversation and starts, basically starts dragging Yuura over so that way he can just pipe up like, not to mention they're pretty, and you have to do some processing to make them into actual poisons most of the time.
The
Well,
vast majority of them, but some of them can be quite deadly just on their own.
that's reassuring.
Stuff like,
He says that voice draping with sarcasm.
I mean, some stuff like, and Phineas looks real quickly at one of the plants and grabs a leaf, like this proud right here. You can just eat this. And he takes a bite.
Yes,
It
it
feels
is.
like you really should have
Aren't you
put in a
supposed to
little
sell
bit more-
that?
Phineas,
First of
your
all, you
mouth
know that.
is full of mint now.
Yeah. First of all, you technically don't know that. Second of
Oh,
all,
right.
you're good. I'm the secret salesman. I'm the imposter. No.
Right. Right, you are.
You technically have to pay for that.
I am given a small sample. Yes, and I have already paid for some of it.
Mm.
Alright.
This bush here is mine. My bush.
Happy purchase, I guess.
It just raises an eyebrow at this bush is my bush.
You came
This is
here
my
to
bush,
buy
it belongs to me.
a bush of mint?
Yes.
Had to
That
pay
situation
for
is going to become
example.
severe very quickly.
One or the other. Can't do both.
Yeah, the mint's probably, like, to make Phineas's little show even more impressive, like, the mint is probably, like, very much in the most secure-ass containment procedures out of anything here. because dear God, does mint spread.
Yeah.
The
Gitta's just
map.
looking at the containment procedures and nodding approvingly.
Like arcane locks. Like there's a little cage around it.
Samsa is so confused. He does not understand what is going on. It's just what? Huh?
So, to explain, you've been invited, I say very loudly, along your +1 to an auction for the plants in this garden, as well as other stuff inside the house.
Can I, for roll a deception on disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Having top action, so it's just a normal roll.
Yeah.
There you go.
Because we'll never not use Sam's stupid charisma modifier. Which I first need to get into the right channel. Yeah.
I tried.
He's like yes, invited.
Lie.
Gitta just looks over at Camille. Just like, you're hearing this too, right?
Yeah.
Santa looks so out of place. He looks so uncomfortable in this like high society like party, but it's more of a wonder how he got here in the first place,
Mhm.
and why no one is saying anything to him.
Well, I did try. You can't say I didn't try.
It's okay.
Oh no, what you want from? I don't.
We're not
What?
We're not cops.
we won't snitch.
Oh, thank
Alright, cool.
Gitta makes a little zipping the lips gesture.
Sansa kind of looks at these two arguably looking tunes, and it's just like, why are internally you can tell he's like going, why are there kids in the poison auction?
Yeah.
You know what? It doesn't matter. I'm not going to question this any longer.
The kids love to play here. Don't you see the horse kids? The horse children?
Oh no, you're gonna make the horse divorced couple have kids?
I have to make
They
it more
tried to
tragic.
have the kids to fix the marriage. It did not work. It only got worse. And the
Oh,
kids are just
no.
as divided as the parents on who is the good guy and the bad guy.
Oh,
my
no!
gosh.
The kids are also arguing.
No. The parents are violently arguing. The kids are being passive aggressive to each other.
Oh my
Like one will
God.
try to like walk around to look at the tables, and the other will just casually stick a leg out and trip them.
God.
Oh my
Oh my
God.
god.
Oh, I'm
Oh.
sorry, Fletcher.
Terrible.
I'm so sorry, Fletch.
It's not a Toonkind D&D
The
game
all of the shit we're saying.
if a gag doesn't get taken to the extreme.
The bit is what I
It's
do.
the bit.
The commitment to the bit above all else.
Yeah.
That is what defines Toonkind D&D. That's
Yes.
how we got here.
So, divorced horse children aside, would you all
Yeah.
like to roll a perception so I can describe the scene in a little more detail?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
I'm bad for Phineas.
First roll of the game is
Just
a nat
a-
20. Not bad.
Just a
Damn.
16.
Alright. Okay, so all of you rolled pretty decently. Some of you more disgustingly than others, but that's okay.
Sorry,
I am
Samsa is
innocent of all which I am
paranoid.
accused.
It's okay. So, you all can see now that you've had a little more time to stand around here in the center garden. The courtyard is kind of split into two sides. One side is the auction side. It has a sort of like mini little stage set up, so that way when the auction actually begins, people can. That's kind of where the announcer will be. Uh, and it also has various tables that have a bunch of different items up for auction. There's, of course, various plants. It doesn't seem like any of the poison is specifically out here because they're not so stupid as to keep poisonous plants right next to the food. But they
Good.
are
At least they have a little bit of common sense.
yes. But they are selling a bunch of other plants as well, like more normal ones, some more on the tunish side without veering straight into the poison territory.
Like the mint.
Like the
Mint
mint.
bush.
The heavily secured mint bush. I'm sorry, that just amuses me so much.
It is on fucking lockdown. It is here. It is here. So that way they can finally get rid of it. But yeah, so
Better
they
hope they
have
got every last bit.
they have a few
They better
plants.
hope.
In a glass case, there's also like the deed to the garden itself for sale, and as well on the tables, there's a bunch of different little trinkets and like basically little magic items. All of them are already kind of listed for high starting prices.
Yeesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Samsa it looks at the starting price is like, yeah, no.
I think Yuura pulls his fan out of his pocket and just snaps it open and covers the lower half of his face because he doesn't want the other guests to see him just grimacing at the prices.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few people bustling around here already, like looking at all the items, seeing what's for sale, because though the auction hasn't started yet, they want to build up. The Peterson wants to build up a little bit of hype for it, and so people are already discussing stuff that they might want or something that they'd be interesting in bidding for at least.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Yeah. On the other half of the garden is a bit of a dedicated space for food and drink. As said before, they have a bunch of tables here with like the appetizers on and a section for drinks as well as a good amount of tables with seats so that way people can, sit down and eat if they want to.
Mm-hmm. Heaven forbid any of the fancy ladies get fruit punch on their dress.
Yeah, next to the appetizers is a little placard that says, it tries to say horse divorce, but it's written in a variety of misspellings before finally being crossed out, and it says appetizers.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
As we're looking around, there's a tiny little plate a little bit off of the ground that's moving towards us, and underneath it is Scrunkly carrying a small plate of appetizers.
Nice.
I think Samsa actually does smile a little when he sees Crunkly just, oh, hello, guy.
Aw, who's this small friend?
That would be my familiar. And Phineas picks up Scrunkly in the plate and hands him an appetizer.
I'm just imagining him dangling from Phineas's hand and Phineas bringing him over to the plate so he can grab one.
Mm-hmm. He does reach in behind him and pulls out of his hammer space 4 little blueberries to give out to the rest of you.
Oh.
Aw, cute.
Alright, in the pocket. See Scrunkly make its way into the jacket and into the jacket pocket while eating the appetizer.
Oh.
Very amused by this.
That is adorable. I love Scrunkly so much.
We love this funny little fuzz slinky.
Yeah.
Little finger.
Strunkly has won over even Samsa.
Good. But yeah, so in addition to Scrunkly helping themselves to food, there's actually a lot more guests here than there is on the auction side because of course there's free food. A lot of them
Yes.
are mingling with each other. A lot of the tables have already kind of been taken as they sit down to chat, but it's not really assigned seating. People kind of just come and go as they please.
Mm-hmm.
In addition, there's also a good amount of staff here. Both staff that kind of walk around offering people stuff, and staff that are here primarily to clean up the discarded plates and such left behind. Because in order to make this seem more fancy, it's not disposable stuff.
Oh no, these poor staff.
The poor dishwasher.
I'm having to strain Yuura because his response is just, I want to immediately go and start helping them clear the dishes at least a little bit, but that would definitely derail.
If Yuura tries, Camille will probably just tug on his hand a bit, like, no, you can't do that.
Just looks back, looks a little sad, but nods. It's just, oh, I hope they're being compensated properly.
They're being paid. You're not.
Oh, believe me, we do get paid in. What do you say? Commission.
Get
Commission.
paid?
Oh,
Yuura
right.
raises an eyebrow.
Appetizer. I'm sorry, I didn't know we were. I didn't know I would be meeting a friend. Looking at Samsa.
And he dodges the question.
Yeah.
You can. If Samsa was a toon, you could see the math symbols above his head as he tries to figure out. Wait, we're when did we become friends? Okay, I guess we're good with this now.
Forget me, you almost drowned in the temple, and think we'd become friends after that.
Yeah.
That is a pretty fortune fire friendship experience. Can confirm.
Yeah, sure.
You don't talk to people much, do you?
Shut up.
Yuura just smiles.
How's Wax? What has Wax been doing as we were talking?
Yeah, how's Wax
Wax
doing?
just standing here.
Yeah,
Comes back with a like full plate of food. Has just been watching us and eating hors d'oeuvres like popcorn.
yeah. Took the blueberry from Skunkly, went and got free food, came back, and tried to zone in on the conversation that was happening.
Oh. I love Wax so much already. Just here for the food. And that's valid. Yeah, and I think if Wax's plate is starting to dip low, they... Oh wait, let me check the pronouns. Any pronouns. Got it.
Yes.
As the food on Wax's plate starts to become a slightly less comedic pile of food, they feel a tap on probably their elbow.
Uh-huh.
And as they look over, and of course everyone else can see this, especially those who got ridiculously high on their perception checks.
Smiles innocently.
Looks away.
There is a little Link's tune. Let me show it on recording.
I almost yelled, Liz?
Aw,
Link's,
little
not
friend.
Liz.
I know, but Liz is
Is a lion.
Yeah, I know, but Lynx, lion, hair.
It's early.
Fair. Fair enough. But yeah, is this little Linkstoon who is dressed much like the other staff here at the party. And she signs at you, and when I say sign, she quite literally holds up a sign that asks if you would like any more food and holds up a plate full of appetizers. It looks like she's one of the staff that's tasked with walking around handing food to people.
Wax will shake their head, but will give like a small gesture to the other people that are standing here in case they want something to eat.
Yeah, she looks over at the rest of them, stows the sign behind her back, and pulls out another one that reads, "Would you like any food?"
Do not mind if I do. And Phineas takes out their wand while they're not close enough, and just casts Mage Hand to start grabbing some food onto their plate. It's easy.
Yeah, they do. She does jump a bit in surprise as you cast at her, but
It's into
relaxes.
the air. It's into the air. It's not. I'm not pointing it like I'm casting a spell at them.
Well, yes, but you did make eye contact and then pulled out a wand. And so she did jump, but relaxes once she sees that it's only Mage Hand.
Samsa, seeing that Phineas is already grabbing food, is just like, yeah, I'll be glad to. Get food.
You are offered some food as well. Thankfully, you are much shorter than Wax is. So she can
Yeah.
actually hold up the plate properly for you.
Thanks. Yeah. And he'll take the plate. He's having a little bit of trouble holding it in one hand and then trying to figure out how to eat the food from the plate with the one hand he has just like he's trying, and he tries to balance the plate on his right hand, which is the bandaged one, and realize it's not gonna work, and gives up, holds the and just looks for a place to like put the plate so he can actually eat from it.
I can help you out. And Phineas just uses the Mage Hand to grab the plate and put it next to you, so you can just pick from it.
Thanks. And he will eat.
Munch.
Tasty.
Snackies.
Snackies.
Snack.
Yeah, and the little waiter is still kind of standing here a bit nervously. I think Yuura and Samsa, you would both notice this rolling off of your perceptions from earlier. She kind of shares a glance with Peterson for a moment, and he does make a little bit of a go on gesture at her. So she nervously swallows before holding up another sign. Like, did you see the rest of the garden?
Oh, I don't think we have yet.
No.
And yet another sign that reads, "You should check it out. Uh, there's a lot of interesting things on display." And pulls out a sign. Like, this time she kind of just flips the sign in her hand, and on the back is an arrow pointing off into a direction. Like, the greenhouse is over that way.
Oh, well, thank you for the directions. Yuura will smile at her. I hope you have a nice day.
She smiles at you all. Because I don't think anyone else is going to ask this. uh, Camille is just, thanks for the directions, miss. And she pulls out another sign that points at her and reads Chestnut.
Oh, yeah, Chestnut. Thank you, Chestnut. Miss Chestnut. Yep.
He's trying so hard to be polite.
Yeah,
His absolute
Samsa
best.
is the master of stepping on his own feet.
Chronic foot in mouth disease.
Yeah,
Yeah. And
unfortunately, this is how it is in canon.
it's like that sometimes. She flips the sign again and is just, it really is this sight, even if you can't buy it.
Yeah,
This-
maybe we will check it out. Yeah.
Question.
Yes.
I know in the announcement it said that the garden used to be available to the public. Is that common knowledge?
It would be, I believe.
Yeah, Yuura will nod and says, well, we should very much go see it at least once before it gets bought up. Shame we didn't know about it earlier.
Yeah. She lets out a bit of a sigh and flips it again, like, yes, I don't know what the new owner would be planning with it.
Hopefully to make it public. Nice to have another garden to walk around in.
It is a garden full of poisons, you know.
You can lock those up.
It's actually not that uncommon a thing, especially when it comes to the aristocracy. Kind of a display of wealth.
They also love it.
Yeah, okay. I guess that's there would be an overstatement, but sure.
Yuura just shakes his head with a small smile and says, Victorians.
Yes. It's always the Victorians, isn't it?
Them
The
bitches
end.
loved them some deadly poison.
Yeah, I think.
Some tasty arsenic.
Tasty, delicious arsenic wallpaper.
Yeah.
I love
Tasty,
asbestos.
tasty lead toys.
I love asbestos.
I think Chestnut would actually flip the sign and say, at least it's not in the wallpaper.
That's good.
True. But careful not to jinx it. That could be the next big trend.
When did you check out the technological advancement of Toonkind? And are they using asbestos as insulation? Yuura, you can prevent it.
Yeah. Yeah, she flips the sign again and is just, I'm not jinxing it. Flip. It was a very expensive repair job.
Oh my god.
And
Oh,
she
no,
glances over
dear.
at the mansion.
Oh goodness.
That's a lot. That's a
I'm
lot
not sure I want to hear the story behind that.
It's a lot of wallpaper.
The lengths people will go to for their aesthetics.
She
In
gets a
character, Samsa has no comment to that. Out of character, I'm just like, yes, the sad beige moms.
yeah.
A
How's
different kind of poison.
yeah,
Oh.
how's Wax dealing with all this?
In truth, Wax doesn't know what half of this means, so
I was so afraid you were going to say Wax doesn't know how to read.
no, he knows how to
Whack voice.
read.
God, I wish I could read.
He can read. He just doesn't know what some of this stuff is.
Oh. He looks
Doing him best.
Yes.
yeah.
I mean, Chestnut, if you recommend checking out the garden, we might as well do it before the auction starts. Phineas, by the way. And this is my friend Samsa.
Yeah.
She stows the sign behind her back and reaches out to shake your hands.
At first, Samsa instinctively sees his right hand, then realizes he can't, then kind of reaches with his left hand.
Oh. You get to shake the hand. It is very soft. There's so much fuzz and very squishy toe beans.
My God.
Unfortunately, Samsa is not the type to appreciate the beans.
Damn.
Protect Chestnut with our lives. That is our mission. Understand?
Yes.
Yes.
This is legally a joke.
Yeah, Lord
This is
Peterson,
legally
he can die. I care about Chestnut.
Legally, this is a joke. If Chestnut is the murderer, we support their right and wrong.
We support. That's not wrong.
We support their rights and their wrongs.
Gosh. Yeah.
Chestnut, I will dig a hole. Tell me where.
Do I hide the body, Chestnut?
And this is why I have Camille participate in these games, because otherwise I think everyone's just a little too down with murder.
I mean, to be fair, Phineas is down to murder if
Yeah.
it's necessary.
Yeah.
Samsa's a little too neutral for.
Understandable, yeah.
Must clarify. I support Chestnut rights and wrongs. Yuura is not down with murder.
It depends on the context.
Yeah, it's
Like,
fine.
I'm not gonna murder. Phineas would, if you get me.
Yeah, it's fine. We have
Samsa
been-
supports self-defense.
There you go.
yes. We have many more NPCs. It's fine.
Yeah.
But yes, anyone who shakes Chestnut's hand does get a nice helping to the toe beans. So
Sweet.
yes. So she for sure shakes Phineas's hand, and then offers her hand out to Wax.
He will shake her hand.
Nice. And
Just to make sure, is everyone introducing themselves as well, or are we just
Yes,
gonna go the
yes.
entire game without being named? Because it has happened.
yeah, just know if you say your name while you shake her hand.
Wax
Samsa's
would-
already been
yeah.
introduced, so he doesn't have to do it.
Mhm. And she holds her hand out to Yuura.
And he will shake her hand. And do you mind if I flip a coin real quick?
Yes.
Flip a flip.
I have to see if he actually got this trait. He did not. Okay. He smiles and says, "Pleased to meet you."
Is he going to say his name?
Yeah, he did. He said Yoda.
Okay. It did not come through on my end, so
Sorry.
you're fine.
Yoda's voice is very quiet.
You're fine.
Yeah, the coin flip was whether or not he was going to introduce himself under a pseudonym, but decided this time.
Understandable. And then she, of course, reaches her hand out to Camille to sort of humor him, and Camille takes it with a big ol' childish smile. Yeah, you're being nasty, little man. Sorry.
I was like, he says that to Chestnut? I was like, what the fuck, Fletcher?
No!
Really close to the Camille baby voice.
I'm sorry, I speak to my dog in a baby voice.
That's funny.
Oh.
As he's just Camille. He nods at you all with a smile, and looks to be about to say something else, but Peterson makes a sort of shout over in her direction, and she has to scurry off.
That wasn't very polite of him.
Well, she has to make sales.
I think it's a waitress.
You'd be surprised.
Hmm.
And you think I was invited.
Well, if you work for him, technically you were.
I guess that's true. Wait. Fuck, I did admit. Okay, whatever.
You agrees at
You
him.
work here?
You did kind of just outright say it.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have been instructed to explore a garden. I believe the quest objective that way. He will point with his fan.
Yeah, okay. It's not like I got anything better to do.
Exactly. It's a lovely way to spend a morning exploring a garden full of deadly poisons.
Yes.
Definitely worth seeing, I think, considering it doesn't seem like it's going to be available for much longer.
Yeah. That really is fortunate.
I mean, we don't know
I
who's
can't
buying
be
it.
the only person who thinks that a garden full of poison is a bad idea, right? Whatever.
Well, it's all about the infrastructure that's in place within it. If there's protections in place to keep people from handling poisonous plants, it can honestly be quite harmless. It's just a matter of protecting people from their own stupidity or their own selfishness.
Yeah,
most of them
okay.
aren't. It's not like they're selling you the bottle itself already prepped and ready. You do have to prep it.
I suppose that's true.
And I imagine the contact lethalities like hemlock and datura are probably kept behind more sturdy fences.
Yeah, that's in the other garden behind the house. That's a joke.
Be too sure, can we?
Hey, you guys, that's a joke.
He gives you a bit of a grin. But yeah, if you are all setting out to the greenhouse, as you leave the center garden, you have to traverse through one of the side paths in this big ol' garden. So there's hedge bushes that go over even Wax's stupidly tall height on either side of you. And the moment you step out, it is actually much quieter here than it is in the center garden. It's quite hard to see through the hedges because of how thick they are. So really the only thing you can see is the path in front of you and behind you. There's a few turns, so it is actually a little easy to get lost here if you don't know where you're going.
I think once they get like further away from the crowd, Samsa does visibly tense a little. He does not like crowds.
Understandable.
Valid of him, honestly.
Yeah. So
Yuura will also take a little bit of a breath and appreciate the quiet.
Mhm.
Whenever they stop for any period longer than a minute, Phineas takes a look at some of the labels and stuff like that for the plants.
Right now, it's just hedges.
Oh,
There's
okay,
no
never
more
mind then,
like
you're
a
good.
main section. Yeah.
I got you.
You pass by. There's a few people scattered about, but not really that many. However, if you would all like to roll a perception.
Percepi.
Percepi.
I hate
New
spec. They got me saying
location,
Percepi.
Percepi.
That is oh, I rolled a d12. That's the right dice.
Yeah, I would recommend a d20.
Yeah. It's cocked. And, well, it's worse than what I rolled on the d8, which is a 7. So. Or
Oof.
D12.
Oof. Alright, so
Tough.
Phineas and Wax. There's a lot of bushes here.
Can Wax see over them? Or are they tall
No.
enough to actually reach over Wax?
They're tall enough to reach over Wax, though you can see that things start to get a little more unruly towards the top.
No one can
fucking reach the No one can fucking reach the top of the bushes.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
and-
funny.
No, Wax, if whatever you do doesn't work out, you could always come here and be a hedge trimmer.
That is a possibility, I suppose. And we'll like swat one of the branches away so it doesn't hit him in the face.
Roll a dex.
Oh, yay!
Live the bit by the bit.
Okay.
Nat
Oh my
20.
god.
Nat 20.
Yeah, you
What?
smack it out of the way, and it bends rather tunishly in a sort of wind-up before it launches itself towards your face. But you kind of just manage to very gracefully duck underneath it. Doesn't even touch your hat.
The woes of being tall, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you think on it, all of the serpents you saw were more so on like the short end of things. But Yuura and Samsa, as you kind of venture a little bit further, you notice the back half of a tune sticking out of some bushes and the front half buried in the bushes with a sort of grumbling and growlix coming out of them.
Hey, you good over there?
Yuura will walk over and try to see if they need help.
Does he say anything to announce his presence?
Yeah, he said, "Oh goodness, do you need a hand?"
Let me roll something.
Samsa also calls out like, hey, you get there?
There's like they jump and like pull out of the bush as if they were burned with a loud stream of Grolix in surprise. And let me send you this image as you see them in full. You can also
Damn.
pull it up.
Actually,
their eyes.
fuck Chestnut. Fuck Chestnut. This is now the. I don't care. Fletcher, if this is a murderer, I'm a murderer.
Every NPC in this game has a really good design.
Yes, thank you so much to Spec who designed the NPCs for me while I was in thesis hell.
Thank you, Spec. We love you.
Thank you,
We
Spec.
love Spec. Spec designed this one specifically for me. Just letting you guys.
So they are sit there, another two, and as they straighten themselves out to get more composure, he sort of looks at you, trying to judge how much face he can save at the moment.
Can I make a joke?
Yeah.
Cough and then sort of gesture. You've got a bit of arborvitae in your hair.
Thank you. And he removes it, brushes himself off a bit more, and is just, can I help you? And I will say the chestnut was a worn tune, though this one is very much what was the name for the stop motion? I have it in my notes, just not in the intro section.
That would be
Born?
Hausen.
Oh,
Stop
right.
motion is Hausen.
Yeah,
Right,
Hausen.
right.
Yeah, they seem to be a Hausen tune if their joints or anything to go by.
No, nifty.
Neat.
And you just, can I help you?
Well, we were just on our way to visit the garden, and you seem to be in a bit of a predicament. Are you right?
Fine. Perfectly fine.
Cool. Not ominous at all.
Yeah, their ears pin back and they're grumbling and growlix again as he looks over at the bushes again. And could I have you guys roll an intelligence?
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely.
It's your intelligence, my guy. It is +2.
Uh,
7. So that ain't intelligent shit.
Yeah.
20, 30, 20.
Same
Alright.
here.
All right. So, Samsa, you can't really determine what has got this guy so peeved or what he's looking at. Wax, you can recognize that where he's glaring was the courtyard that you came from before. And Phineas and Yuura, you both can determine that if you were to sort of stick your head through the bushes so you could see through them, you'd probably be looking at around where Peterson was.
Mm-hmm.
So, Phineas, by the way, nice to meet you.
And he crosses his arms and is just, I'm Cobalt.
I have a fucking cool name.
Cobalt, like the metal?
Is that in character or?
No, like out of character so I can remember.
Cobalt, like the color. Here, I'll type it for you.
Alright, cool.
Whichever
I guess
right,
it's the
that's
same
from the metal.
as, yeah.
Same, yeah, it's the same spelling.
Yes.
Alright.
Is it orange like the orange or the color?
Now we need to find a way how to mess up the naming because I'm because that's a bit I need to do with Samsa.
I mean,
you could go kobold.
Yeah, that's same thought.
Alright, cool. Saving that.
Mm-hmm. But was Phineas's remark about it being a cool name, was that you, Jade, or was it Phineas?
That was Jade. That
Alright.
100% Jade.
Jade
Phineas could
being
care
down
less.
bad.
I'm not down bad for the character. I love the character design. Fletcher understands why. So does Spag. They made it for me. It's for me.
This one's for Jade.
This one's for me.
The girls, the gays, and Jade.
Mhm. I've completely lost my train of thought. Fuck.
Yeah, they just introduced themselves as kobolds.
Right. Phineas was gonna. So, you got anything you plan to purchase?
Would sooner die than give that man any of my money.
Not a fan of our gracious host.
What's there to be a fan of, anyways?
Can I roll a history
Jake?
check, on Lord Peterson?
Huh?
Because I don't think I actually know anything about him. So,
Yeah, you can roll a history because you did meet him in the past. And I get the feeling that might be a little better than your insight.
yes.
Can I
It's,
insight?
You
It's-
can
yeah.
insight Cobalt if you tell me what you are looking for.
Well,
First,
given the way. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, but first,
23.
Jade's history. 23. That's a good one. Yeah, as you go back through your last encounter with Peterson when he was hiring you, like, his goal very much is it starts and ends with getting more money for himself. You can kind of tell, like, when you were negotiating how much your pay was, though he didn't necessarily shortchange you, he did start on the lower end of what was acceptable. In addition, he did generally try to make himself to be out to be like someone who's kind of a big deal. But if you know how to recognize people who want to seem like they're kind of a big deal but aren't, he kind of does fall into that category.
And I have an idea how to describe this. It's that he spoke of how grand his family was, but nothing that he did.
Yeah. Like, he talked a lot about his father, who was a very successful merchant, both in Einquell and outside of the, like, outside and more real kind continents. But from the way he spoke to you, a real kind, you get the feeling he doesn't know jack shit about anything outside of Einquell.
Mhm.
So he's kind of someone who's coasting off of his heritage rather than anything he's contributed.
Yura, do you want to do something? I don't want
Yes,
to.
insight.
Oh, right. So you said, right. So basically, the thing he's kind of looking for is, given how this person is dressed, he's trying to figure out whether this is a sort of general anti-establishment, anti-rich people anger, or something a bit more personal. Basically, do these two have history?
Mhm.
Or is it just, oh, fuck this guy, he's a terrible, awful rich person. Ew.
Mhm. All right, roll me a insight.
Yay! Hang on, dice got stuck to my hand. Get off. Eh. Okay, that is a 14, 12. Right? Yes.
Yes.
While you're
Demodifiers.
adding it up, hey Fletcher, what was Chestnut's race again?
Born.
What was Lord Peterson's?
Peterson was, let me double check, I believe it was a Franken Alley, yes.
I'm taking notes.
Yay!
Ooh, notes.
Notes!
You reminded me
Oh,
this was a
yes.
fucking murder mystery, so I might as well take notes.
Yes,
This is a smart idea. However, I do not have the mental capacity for that.
fair.
Ooh, actually, I should grab some paper.
Fair. The disclosure I'm making is that while rolls can help you, you should be able to figure this out even if you rolled like shit the entire time or didn't roll.
Not.
Because because I didn't want to make it entirely dependent on modifiers.
Fair.
That's fair and valid.
All right, I have paper.
Yay! But yes, with a 26, you can definitely tell that this is personal.
Ooh.
Like, this grudge seems to be a little too deep to just be someone who disagrees with the upper class. In fact,
Mhm.
if it were to be that, then that anger would kind of be dispersed throughout all the other more upper class caste here, but it's very specifically directed at Peterson.
Mhm. And Cobalt had said something along the lines of like, what's there to be a fan of? And Yoda's response to that was just kind of a shrug of just not sure. The man.
I'll tell you
Oh?
this. He definitely doesn't have as many accomplishments as the rest of his family.
Oh, that's
Mm.
putting it
Oh.
lightly.
Going right in the face.
I'm trying to be nice. The man is paying me.
Yes, that's what he always does. He throws money at people so that way he can have them underneath his thumb. But honestly, he's nothing more than a selfish, greedy, backstabbing asshole.
You got story with the guy?
Not one I plan on disclosing.
Sure. It's your life.
If I were you, I'd recommend staying away from him. And
Hey, I'm not here because I wanted to. I'm here on accident.
Mhm. And he looks at you, Phineas, because you did mention he's paying you. As for you, I would recommend collecting your money and never talking to him again.
Look, honestly, I get paid on commission, and if I don't sell a lot, I'm not gonna pay that much. I'm not gonna get paid that much. I say I came for free food, so
Oh, good. I would really recommend keeping your expectations on the ground.
I'll tell you this: he's not a very good negotiator either.
And Cobalt kind of gets a bit of a wry smile at that, like, oh, you can say that again. He always thinks that he's so smart, but he's not. No,
Yeah,
he's
that's a lot of rich people.
up to something. So just
Up to
keep your
something?
distance. Well, you wouldn't have invited me otherwise.
So you
Oh,
are
he
invited.
invited you.
Yes. Though I didn't greet our gracious host, he did still hand me an invite. And let me D10, because you are a tune with a hammer space. And he pulls out an envelope that very clearly has been opened and is the same mark and seal as those of you that have received an invitation.
For the fun, as he pulls it out and probably the others also pull theirs out, Samsa just mutters, "Huh, so that's what it looks like."
Snuck in.
Or like wandered in by accident. They're my +1, I'm sure, for right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Um.
Well, like I'd enforce the rules at his stupid party.
Security seems awfully lax for a group of such. Yoda makes this vague gesture.
Clandestine assholes with too much money?
That! You have a good vocabulary.
I am studious.
Yes,
That's one
well,
way to put it.
certainly is. Uh, he's just, yes, well, I wouldn't expect too much from him. He's all show and no substance.
Hmm.
I would at least get free food then, for the time being, until whatever he has cooked up happens.
I don't
Maybe the
think
food's-
I want to see the man cook.
I mean, maybe the food is poisoned. Ooh.
We've all eaten from it.
Yes. And we all have 24 hours to solve our murders, or else the hope he dies.
That
Or-
seems,
I think we should stop.
that seems like, one, you are baiting the fates quite horribly. Two, it seems incredibly messy to deal with. Also, I'm pretty sure I saw Mr. Peterson partaking of his own supply, so...
Not poison them. Good.
Well, I wouldn't put it past that idiot to get himself poisoned on accident.
You know what? I can't argue that. Some people are that stupid.
Don't jinx it.
Hey, you all ate. I didn't. This is
To
on
be
you.
fair, if these are to die for, and he takes it up.
Don't die in this party. I might be just the one who will kill you.
Oh, I doubt that you have to worry about him pulling something so extreme. He doesn't have the pull to get away with something like that with the law enforcement.
Yeah, massacre is kind of hard to hide.
You'd be surprised.
Hmm.
Gives you a
Well, that's-
smile.
An ominous thing if I've heard it.
Not too ominous. We are several miles outside of the city with lots and 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 lots of land around us.
Yeah, okay.
Phineas is like wondering, like, this is a plot. This is a plot. This is something is going to happen, and I hate the fact this is the way that he thinks now. Because he doesn't know how to mention it to anybody else.
I mean, you could probably mention it to Camille just fine.
Yeah, but it's obvious to him.
Yeah.
It isn't if it's obvious to everybody.
Sir has a murder happen around him every other day.
Yeah, it's fine.
Murders Camille is an outlier and should not be counted.
Listen, he is basically
Murderous George.
he's basically a walking murder plot, but at the remark of that's ominous, Cobalt kind of just shrugs like, I take forensics as an elective. You get to learn about a lot of interesting cases.
Neat.
Yours.
What was that? You cut out.
You're a student, I believe is what Earl said.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, graduate school, but I still have the time for a few electives.
Do best of luck. I hear graduate school is a nightmare.
What school are you going to?
Little college, right in Vealstown. And you'd probably say the name, and knowing you, it would probably be recognizable.
Yes. The only other one I know on that Crystal works at, so.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, though I believe
This
Crystal's
is the
in-
embodiment of what are you two fucking talking about?
Yeah.
Ooh, higher
Samsa
education.
handshake wax. What the fuck is a college?
No, he probably knows what the college is. He's just not he's not well versed in this toon shit.
Fair. Yes, I'm so sorry to Wax.
Wax does not know what college is.
Oh heck, buddy.
The wax.
Would Wax like someone to explain college to him?
No.
Well, Wax, college is when you go to take a higher education after you graduate, usually from a smaller institution. So you be homeschool or not, and you specialize in whatever it is that you do. Maybe is there a college for cowboys?
Jade, my beloved, I'm putting my hands on your shoulders. Wax does not know what a school is.
Oh my gosh.
The Wax know what education is.
Kind of.
Camille's kind of just
Only
like
vaguely.
looking all the way up at Wax, like, where are you from?
They're trying to figure out how to answer that because they do know, but also there's no easy way to say that they're quite literally from the middle of.
From far beyond the sunset.
Yeah.
You print a map and it says in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
There's a section on the map labeled nowhere, and Wax points right at the middle.
Yeah.
The section that's decorated with the sea monsters.
There's just a tiny little dot in the middle of nowhere.
It's hidden underneath the dot in the map.
I'm from Tezukanada.
Oh.
That's the longest sentence we've heard out of him yet.
What brings you here?
I'm just wondering. That's what I've taken to doing.
That's fair.
It's just, how can you not know anything?
I know a couple of silent tunes in the saloon that would love to converse with you.
I don't have a card to give you to let them know I'm interested.
All right. Here's
So
the address. I'll write down the address. And writes down the address for the Sunset Saloon, which feels fitting for you. Fitting to give you the address to saloon.
Yeah.
Everyone looked at Wax and diagnosed them cowboy. We don't even know if they want to be cowboy.
This is the first time that's happened.
Yeah. Like, we don't know for sure that Wax is a cowboy, but like, the
But
If it looks like a cowboy and behaves like a cowboy.
But tropes, man, the tropes.
Ropes.
Listen,
Sorry.
you're fine. My goal here is that you all come out of here with being able to shove your little guys at each other.
Good.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's just, oh, okay. Meanwhile, Cobalt kind of like raises an eyebrow and is just, is there anything else I can do for you, or are you just going to talk to someone else while I stand here?
I mean, you're the one who's by themselves in the middle of a hedge maze.
See, I'm a little preoccupied.
Have fun with your nemesis
Snooping?
staring. We will be on the way. Let's go now.
Good luck with the snooping.
Be safe.
Yes, you all have a good time with whatever it is you're getting up to.
What a lovely fella.
Just links as they like walk away is just like, I didn't realize we were getting up to something, but okay.
You never know.
By nature, aren't people always getting up to something?
Yeah, but this plot up to something.
Hmm?
You can kind of feel it. It sucks.
Hmm?
I was really hoping to make money today, and I don't think it's going to happen.
What gives that impression?
Because whenever Samsa and Wax attempted to leave, were stopped by a couple of horses that were having a divorce.
Ooh, I saw that. That looked awfully messy.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Overhearing the conversation,
I am
Three-
not getting in the middle of that.
they cheated 3 times on each other, with each other.
Oh,
How does that even work?
What
Costumes.
is it? Is it like a pina colada song situation?
well,
Is it not supposed to bring people closer
Oh,
together?
I heard mentions of cowboy costumes, and it kind of looks over at Wax and looks away. And what was it again? Uh, wandering eyes.
So it was really petty, like who took the last of the hay bale? Honestly.
They looked at another
I
horse's
think the
teeth.
kids are in on it too.
They looked at another horse's teeth, apparently.
Scandalous.
Okay, awful. So, as you all chat the rest of the way to the greenhouse, you do eventually show up there. I will not have you roll
Oh, thank you.
survival to get through the hedge maze because I fear what the outcome would be.
You owe merciful DM.
Not following in Mortski's footsteps, I see.
From what I
We
understand, if
learned
I
from
make
the
you roll
mistakes of
survival,
those who come before us.
if I make you roll survival in some sort of botanical maze, I think that would end up intruding on another game series. But yes.
Not the crossover we're looking for.
But yeah, so as you arrive at the greenhouse, it is large. It's not like huge, but it is definitely on like the slightly bigger side as far as greenhouses go.
Rich
And
people.
rich people, yes. It's got those classic glass panes and like sort of coppery metal connecting those panes as it all loops around together to form the body of this greenhouse. And there's a little sign next to the door that says Garden of Poisons, enter at your own risk, with the little skull and crossbones at the bottom.
Right
Festive.
way to avoid liability.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
Well, I mean, you did read the invitations. Oh, that's right. You didn't read the invitations. They did have this. They did have a form of a form you had to sign before RSVP. You know, the one that like
That's good.
anything that happens to you is your own fault.
That's good to know.
I don't,
looks like Camille. Did we have to
This is
sign
a
that,
joke.
or is that
This is a joke.
specifically for the people who work here?
This is a joke.
I don't think we had a form, and I don't think we could have signed it anyways. I mean, I'm just a kid.
Yeah, I don't think I'm old enough to sign legally binding contracts either.
Caught me in my eyes. How dare you?
Not funny.
I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah, I guess it was a little funny. But
Land on a good one eventually.
crosses out something in their spellbook.
Should we check it out?
Got nothing better to do.
Everyone, I'm very interested.
All right. So as you creak the door of the greenhouse open, can you all roll me another Percepi?
New
Yippee!
location. Let's roll a Percepi.
Not too bad, not too good. Just a 12.
Alrighty. Launch the dice. All right, that is a 12 plus 9. Right? Yeah, perception's 9.
Got distracted looking at my puppy dog.
Puppy.
It looked like he was about to
Your
launch
puppy.
another bark attack.
Bark, 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 bark,
But
bark.
he decided to relent and not choose violence. Okay. So,
Iggy shows mercy for now.
Phineas and Wax, as you sort of peek your heads inside, you can in fact see, yeah, there's a whole lot of plants kept here, and thankfully it does seem like there's some measure of precaution here. There's about a good foot of distance between the railings of the walkway and any plant, so it would kind of take a bit to reach over and grab anything. And on top of that, the more lethal plants are kind of kept further to the back. You all can both see that it's not all of the plants are toon plants. Some of them are real kind in nature, and they're sort of mixed together. And you also both can see that there is a person kind of standing in the back of the greenhouse. As for Samsa and Yuura, you can see that, like, a bit more closely, you can see that with the toon and real kind plants, while some of them are, like, very specifically toon and some of them are very specifically real kind, some of them do have, like, toon and real kind counterparts, in which case those are kept right next to each other for comparison, with labels for each one so people know what they're looking at. And there's a lot of like rare plants here as well, if you would know about that. But
But would I have to roll to know about that?
I'll
Yeah.
have you all roll a nature check after I finish up the perception.
Salutes. Done.
Yeah. You also can make out that the person hanging out in the back of the greenhouse appears to be a real kind winter eldrin.
Ooh.
And they are standing near a specific plant that's kind of kept away from the rest in a glass case. You can't get too good of a look from this far back, but it seems to be a kind of delicate looking real kind flower that's a sort of deep blue that fades into a very, very dark indigo color.
Pretty.
Yeah. And now all of you can roll nature checks.
Does it have to be nature, or can I argue Arcana?
You can argue Arcana for the magical plants specifically. You will not know shit nor dick about the mundane plants.
All right, I will roll nature for now. Well,
Ooh.
Oh no!
Wax continues to know fuck all.
okay, I'll roll nature for now for mundane plants. Well, I guess better than nothing. A 9.
Right.
Alrighty. Okay, that is an 18.
Yeah, and you can also roll an Arcana, and I'll kind of tie that in. Just
Thank
let
you.
me know what you roll in.
here. There's some nature. And then I'll roll an Arcana.
And the rest of you can also roll Arcana if your character would logically know about any of it.
Nope. I'm not rolling
Uh,
shit.
Alright.
Does potion making fall under Arcana?
I'll say if you're looked into potion stuff in Einquell, he could roll it. If his only knowledge comes from the mirror, then that would probably be different plant-wise.
He has looked into Einquell because that's how we made the lemonade.
In that case, you can also roll an Arcana.
Recipe had to be mod.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 15 plus what's Arcana? 3.
Alright. Okay, so JJ, these sure are plants marked with danger symbols.
They sure are.
Like, you may not be the brightest crayon in the box, but I'm hoping you can understand what an image of a hand with a no mark through it and what an image of a mouth with a no mark through it would mean.
Wax does in fact know how to read.
Yeah. Like,
This sign can stop them. They
Good
can
start.
read.
do
Yes.
not touch, do not eat. But when it comes to the specifics, you're not really all that well versed.
I do not know a fucking thing.
They are plants, and that is all you need to know. Samsa and Phineas, when it comes to the mundane plants, like, you kind of know what an average person would be expected to know. Like, you can definitely tell the more identifiable ones, the ones that escape my mind now. Because I don't know what would be an average person's level of knowledge, but,
Do you want me to throw you some?
yeah, like, I know that Nightshade is like, pretty well-known one, but then my head immediately went to, like, poison ivy and stinging nettle, and those are probably a bit too common to be here.
Yeah. So you'd probably be looking at some, like you said, Nightshade, which a belladonna. There would also probably be some aconites, aka. Remind me what their common name is. I mean, aconite is pretty common, but
It's not.
right. Aconite, which is monk's hood. And
That's already more than I know.
Monk's Hood is known as Wolfsbane, which is probably
Yes.
the name most people would know it under.
Yeah, that is correct. And those are probably the ones that, like, an average person would be able to recognize.
Yeah, there's probably...
and Angel's Trumpets, probably, aka Dasra.
Mm-hmm.
Which is one of the most poisonous flowers, and one of my favorites. Sorry, you let me in on the poison plants game. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
No, I'm sorry for having to limit you, because it's like, this has to be what an average person would know.
Yeah.
You can always
those
just.
Those three are probably the most recognizable common poison plants are belladonna, aka Nightshade, aconites, aka Wolfsbane, and Angel's Trumpets.
Yeah, what's the really common yellow flower that's poisonous? The one that was used in Undertale? Because I've...
Buttercups.
Yeah, buttercups. Probably that as well.
Yeah, those ones don't usually get as super poisonous, but yes, they are toxic to animals more than humans, but they can make humans sick if you eat enough of them.
Yeah, it's not entirely about lethality. It's like, is it poisonous? Does it look pretty? We'll put it in here.
It looks exotic.
Yeah, that's why there's no poisonous mushrooms, even though that would be super easy because they just didn't like mushrooms.
They're
That's it.
cowards.
I was gonna say, you don't think mushrooms look pretty? You ever seen an end cap?
I know.
Which is
I personally love mushrooms. The previous owner who made this was more so focusing on like flowers than mushrooms. Also because spore prints scare me.
Fair. Spore prints can be pretty startling.
I think it makes sense that Samsa doesn't know a lot of the poisonous because he's probably seen more of them. Like he's already seen the poisons that he's seen are probably already like fully synthesized.
Yeah.
So he
Like-
wouldn't be able to recognize the original plant.
Yeah, because you do have to do a good bit of processing to make them the most potent they can be. Also, Avi
Yep.
did bring up hemlocks. Those do sound familiar, so yes.
Yes, there are two variants of hemlock. There's regular hemlock and water hemlock. Both incredibly poisonous. One just attacks your nerves, while the other attacks your GI tract.
Fair.
nice.
The shit.
Sorry.
Sounds
It's
festive.
fine. But yeah, so
Sorry, I keep going off.
yes. So now you're for your nature, because you did roll the highest out of everyone, you silly little plant nerd. You can recognize all of the, you can recognize all of the common ones that people would know, but you could also recognize that a lot of these are kind of rare. Like, seeing them all put together inside one greenhouse, this is a really, like, expensive collection to maintain.
And a very thorough one as well.
And of course, like, all the ones are labeled. The rare ones are kind of put in more prominent spots because, look at this cool rare plant I have.
Status symbol, status symbol.
And they all do look pretty well cared for, actually.
That's good.
Mhm.
That does make him smile a little bit.
Yeah.
He is very carefully keeping the fan over his mouth to keep him from just spouting off about all of the different plans, like all of the different ways they work, all of the things they can symbolize, all the ways they can kill you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are you visibly holding yourself back from saying all this?
Yes. Like I said, he has this fan in his mouth and is like very much like looking around a little bit starry-eyed in the sort of way that says, this is somebody who is in their element.
Aw. Though, before we get into the in-character bit too far, let's set up the magical side of things, because this is a D&D world. Not all the plants are mundane. And some of them are, in fact, like, rare magical ones. With 2 18s, you can recognize that some of them, like, some of the strange poisonous magical plants here aren't necessarily lethal, but they would be a pretty bad inconvenience. Like, on the Toon side, there is a flower that, when you get pricked by one of its thorns, it infects you with blurriness. Not in the vision part, but in your actual body.
The blitz.
Yeah. There's one that, when ingested, poisons you with floppiness, which is, your bones don't work no more.
Spaghetti bones!
And then, of course...
I shudder to think what that does on Toonkind.
Yeah. And then, of course, there is a very delicate-looking blossom that is perfectly shaped into a bomb.
Bomb flowers.
Yes. And you can
Is there
probably...
a crack in the wall nearby? We have a conveniently placed bomb.
The wall behind it actually does seem to be patched, and there's a little bit of soot still there.
No, it's too obvious.
Yeah, so you can probably guess what that poison does to you.
Yeah,
That is
Poison
where
of
we get the
explode.
poison of explode your bones.
Poison of explode.
Yeah. On the real kind side, there is a vine that seems to be full of blossoms that resemble water droplets that when processed makes a poison of water breathing, which is that you can only breathe water. There
Start sipping, buddy.
Yeah. There's also a plant that its blossom seems to have a bunch of detached petals hanging from it, which, when processed, does kind of make your limbs just fall off, which isn't great.
Ah,
Yeah.
lovely.
And the last real kind magical poison that you can recognize from this distance is, of course, a sort of unassuming gray plant that kind of looks a bit cactus in nature, like a succulent, that when turned into poison causes petrification.
Ooh, oh, it's a living stone plant. It's like a lithop, but literal.
Yep.
That's fun.
But yeah, so that's what you all can recognize. It seems like there's about an even mix of toon magical poisonous plants and real kind.
Fletch, I want you to know I'm eating this.
I'm glad.
Not actually eating it because that would hurt, but I am living for this.
Virtually consuming it.
Yeah. And you are a far enough distance from the plant in the back that you can't immediately recognize it. But yeah, so now I set you back down into the in character.
I was gonna say, if Yuura is visibly holding back, Phineas will actually say, do you know anything about this plant right here? Pointing at a random one.
Cue Yoda just lighting up and immediately going into an in-depth explanation of what this particular plant is, how the different chemicals in it work to attack an organic body, how it works on both Toonkind and real kind, what it's used for in potions, what it means in floriography, etc., etc., etc.
Fantastic. While you're doing that, Phineas is drawing the flower. I'm in this bubble.
I have a stupid bit.
Yes. You are always welcome to stupid bits.
Samsa points at a different, and he's like, "Oh, what's that?" And he's pointing at a weed.
Oh.
Just a random weed was going there.
Oh, chief.
I mean, Yuura would still go into depth about it because, hey, even weeds can be very important flowers. Dandelions,
Hell yeah.
But yeah, he would say, well, that one probably isn't supposed to be in here, but, and then go off.
Yeah. And how's Wax doing?
Wax is simply admiring all the pretty foliage that's in here because they do not know shit nor fuck.
Yeah.
Outside of what Yuura is saying.
How much of that is actually like getting processed into information in their brain?
They are retaining as much of it as they can.
Oh. Do you want to roll an intelligence or just
I can try if you would really want me to.
It's up to you.
But I will try. Okay, that's average-ish.
Yeah, you are getting the amount of information that is average for what you would learn from a info dump like that.
It's the watching video essay about something that is not your field of expertise experience.
Exactly. I am learning a thing. I am only retaining some
a
of it.
10-hour essay of something I have no prior experience or interest in. My favorite.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Genuinely, you probably could let Yuura go for 10 hours. It is not advised.
Yeah, as you all move deeper into the greenhouse, probably a little bit slowly, so that way Yura can properly info dump about any of the more interesting plants.
Mhm.
You do, of course, get the attention of. Let me get the right reference. Let me get this wording ready. You do, of course, get the attention of the person who is already here. So they haven't said anything yet, but they do turn to sort of look at you.
Pretty.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Yes, Jane?
Don't at me. Anyways.
That too.
Yuura will kind of cut himself off mid-sentence, little sheepishly, and then wave politely to this person, like, "Oh, hello."
Hello.
And if you looks to be a little winded, his Samsa's just gonna be like, all right, say catch your breath, kid.
Does Samsa give him a pat?
I don't think he. I think not actually like touching, but the motion is there.
Phineas
Mhm.
will. Phineas will give Yuura a pat.
Nice. And she gives you an incline of her head, and then, like, after glancing over all of you, Camille included, turns back to the flower that she was looking at, which is now close enough for you all to identify if you would like to roll for it.
Yes.
Absolutely. Nature again?
Arcana or nature?
You can make an argument for either one.
Fantastic Arcana.
Well, they're both the same.
So the modifier is the same.
Nature is higher.
Oh, that's a net
How
20.
do
Wow.
she? I wish I was funny enough to come up with a perfect and hilarious bit as to why I suddenly know things. It was the info dump, actually.
Mhm.
I did retain information. Crazy.
I wish I
God.
knew enough about your character to provide a little bit.
Uh,
That's Arcana, by the way.
Mhm.
or wait, no. That would actually be a 23. Nature is a +4. I
Alright.
just can't math.
Okay. So, Samsa, you can read and you can see that it is something called the Night Teardrop. You all, getting a closer look, can see that it's a very delicate looking real kind flower. Now that you get a close up look, you can see that the petals are that very dark indigo close to the stem, but as they extend outward, they slowly turn into this vibrant blue color. And it doesn't seem to be growing in a bush or in a group of other plants. It seems to be. It just has that one flower atop a thorny stem.
Hmm.
It's very.
No leaves either?
Hmm?
No leaves either?
There's a few leaves, but it's basically just this one stem and the flower.
Mm.
And it's kept carefully out of reach from the public by a glass case. As for rest of you, I'll probably have to give Wax something a bit special for that nat 20. So, but the rest of you all get to see that how do I split this between nature and I'll just treat it all as the same.
There you go.
That's you. That is always a justifiable response.
Right.
Yeah, so it's definitely a very rare, very expensive flower. It's something that is hard to cultivate, like outside of its natural habitat, especially because it has some slight natural anti-magic properties, which is one of the reasons why it is so rare and why it kind of serves as a centerpiece to this entire greenhouse.
Hmm.
Because natural anti-magic isn't a very common thing. And it's it is also, of course, incredibly poisonous.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. It has a lot of use in that because it's anti-magic, the usual detection methods don't work for this poison. It's like it can work if it's diluted because it's only slight anti-magic properties, but if it were a direct dose of the poison, you wouldn't be able to detect it even with a spell. And if someone were to ingest a fresh blossom, even if it were just a few petals, it's able to kill the victim within just a few minutes. There's a few notable effects to it as well, which are that there's a very nasty rash that spreads throughout the skin. It also triggers that sort of inflammation within the throat so that the victim eventually dies of asphyxiation. And it, perhaps most notably, it inflicts blindness. So it's not a very fun way to go.
I wouldn't say so.
This is delightful.
What is the name of the flower again?
The
Night
night teardrop.
Night teardrop. I don't know if you meant it to be a similar thing, but there is actually a flower very much like this in DnD in Baldur's Gate.
For real?
Yeah.
I don't play Baldur's Gate.
I know. This is why I was like, maybe you pulled it from there. No, you gave her a full name. It's just.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
that does look a lot like what I had in mind.
Oh damn. That's really pretty.
It's literally anti-magic flower.
Oh my god.
I was thinking about the Silent Princess from Breath of the Wild.
Okay. Remind me what the symptoms of the poisoning are. I remember asphyxiation,
blindness,
rash,
and the rash.
Rash, blindness.
And let me actually get this. Boop. Boop. And let me slap that on the recording so that way people can see. It really does look a lot like the flower I was describing. But yeah.
You want to give Wax something extra for the nat 20?
Yes, I also want to describe a little bit more.
Yes!
So that's when the blossom is ingested, but the entire plant is poisonous. Because the thorns also have a similar but less potent poison inside it. When pricked by one of the thorns, and if the skin is broken, then it can also cause death because it's much less potent. It takes about an hour or so for it to properly do the job. It also doesn't cause the blinding effect and the rash. It just makes the throat close up. As for wax, JJ, what would you like to make an argument for?
I'm like looking over everything that you've said because I've been writing it down because I don't take notes. I will be the one where it goes in one ear and out the other.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, because I don't know too much about your character, so you basically get a free bit of information.
I'm kind of surprised that they rolled that well at all. So I didn't have a specifics other than like what you've already given to know. So I'm fine with that actually.
Alright.
I could make a suggestion if you'd like.
I'm listening.
Fletch did mention that it was hard to cultivate outside of its natural environment. Maybe Wax has encountered it in said natural environment.
That's possible.
They do wander. If they wander a lot, then maybe they would recognize it from there. Maybe they know where it comes from.
What is its natural environment?
Probably. Let me roll something. Yeah, probably the mountains. It's mostly a cliff flower, which is why it doesn't really grow much larger than that singular stem.
Makes sense. Okay. Keeping this in my back pocket for later.
Yeah. In its natural form, this probably does actually seem a bit stunted to you. Because in its natural form, it would probably look a lot more like a vine clinging to a cliff face. Oh, here you go.
Who would have thought the flower called is stunted?
Yeah, it's a.
I'm not
That's
saying
the
that out
real
loud.
mystery.
But yeah, so I hand you all of that. And I also hand you this area's NPC, so explore as you will.
I do think Yoda is just catching his breath because he went into mode.
Phineas will pull out a what is it called? Not a water bottle. What the fuck is it?
Like a
water
flask?
skin, and hand it over.
Yoda will accept it with a little thank you. Take a bit of water.
There you go. So, the centerpiece.
Sure is central.
And beautiful.
It's gorgeous. I'm amazed that they managed to get it to grow here. I've only ever read about this one.
Same. Phineas is holding his spellbook with his mage hand and is drawing with another one.
Amazing.
Extreme multitasking.
Yeah, I think.
If you had 3 hands, what else would you use them for?
True. I think the Eldrin looks over at the rest of you and is just. Yes, not very many people have managed to acquire one, and even less have survived long enough to plant it.
I imagine so. It's a nightmare to try and handle.
Are you the groundskeeper, or are you hoping to buy one? It might sound as an insult if they're a lord, so I wouldn't say that. If they're of high class, Phineas will still ask, "Are you planning to buy it?"
Oh no, I'm just here to. I suppose the term is window shop.
Peruse the wares, yes.
Yeah, it's too damn expensive.
Perhaps.
This one, I would say the price is justified.
Oh, I'm not buying any poisons. I'm talking about the stuff inside.
Oh.
I'm sure we could set you up with a payment plan. Saying,
No,
look, Peterson.
no, no, no. Not get me to buy anything.
But will look at the Eladrin lady and tilt his head. Is there a name we can call you?
And she gives you a smile and simply says, yes.
Yes, got it. I'm gonna
Yes.
write down yes, like eyes.
Damn it, Jade.
Amazing.
Phineas gets an elbow to just like, don't be a this.
What? If that's their name, I'm gonna call them that.
Like for us to tell you.
What was that?
Yuura basically gave like a little smile at the okay, you're thinking this the same way I am. Fey bullshit, got it. And he kind of smiles. What would you like for us to call you?
Well, I don't make a habit of giving my name out to strangers, but. And she does look over you all again, glances down to Camille before smiling, like, I believe I can make an exception this time. You all can call me Aine. Aine Ash. And I might be butchering it, but I think that's how it's pronounced.
Can I have that written down, please?
Yes.
Is that a Mrs., Miss, Mr. Ash, or Lady, Lord?
Well, if you're calling me lady, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Lady Ash it is.
You all seem quite knowledgeable about the plants here. And like she twitches an ear, like, I heard you as you came in.
Sorry, I do tend to get carried away. I didn't mean to disturb the quiet.
I mean, if you're gonna blame anybody, I'm the one who asked.
Apology accepted. And she once more goes back to looking at the plant. Quite remarkable, isn't it?
Very. It's a marvel to see one in person, like I said.
It's extremely easy to see kind of natural anti-magic even grow.
Yes, it's does have to wonder what sort of pressures make something evolve anti-magic.
You know, that's actually kind of. I didn't even think about it as a defense mechanism.
That's what most poisons are. I wonder what it's. I wonder what creatures usually eat it. Also, how it gets pollinated if it's as poisonous as it is.
Well, if it's. I'm aware of the effects of the like rash and all that stuff. I told Arcana I didn't roll nature, but I didn't.
Yeah, you are aware of how it
Okay.
can fuck someone up.
Mhm.
Well, the poison itself seems that part seems normal just to prevent it. The anti-magic, that's not poison. That's just like a tear in the fabric of the weave. It just absorbs it.
What?
Yuura will like tilt his head at that and kind of make a bit of a questioning noise.
Sorry.
Phineas's turn to ramble. Go off.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, if I had to guess, it probably maybe it's magic to feed. Maybe that's how it grows and pollinates. That's why it's anti-magic, or that's how it creates a natural anti-magic that literally eats magic.
Hmm. Suppose that could make sense. Wish I knew where it came from. If it came from somewhere that was naturally saturated in magic, that would make a lot more sense, but
Does it say anything on the plague of where it was found or where it was brought from?
Yeah. Um. Uh. You know what? I'm gonna be funny. I'm gonna say it's from Forsana. That's. I feel
Oh
like
my
I could
God.
probably slap it there just fine.
Perfect.
Oh my god.
Well, according to this inscription, it's Ford Sanaa.
Forsana. Yeah, you don't pronounce the last N, and you make the T soft.
Ford Sanaa.
Yes.
Phineas is. You see Phineas take like a map, like a really big map of that's like been very much like written on, and
I'm just imagining that gag where somebody pulls out like a tiny folded square of paper and just unfolds it, unfolds it, unfolds it into a big old map.
Yes,
So just
very
like, where'd
much,
he eat that?
very much the real doing a Toonish gag. If you have so many pockets, I can this jacket.
Yes, I am surprised, in fact.
Pockets are evil, man.
Not arguing with that.
Yeah,
Sanaa.
she'll point to it on the map and it's just here. It's rather far off, but suppose it's become quite the curiosity for some folks.
Never been. And he
I
folds it
have,
back.
I have a few friends who are from around there, but I've never visited myself. Fascinating.
Yeah,
Just as a question, Camille is here, right?
yeah, Camille is
Yeah,
here.
Listening
Camille's
to
with
all
us.
of this.
Yeah.
World's
Yeah,
poker face.
Gonna probably like narrowly avoided giving Camille a glance before Sanan was brought up because he doesn't know if that's something to directly ask about in front of a stranger.
hmm Yeah, Camille is just, oh, I know some people from around there too. I think I've been once. Uh, and he'll tilt his head like, it it has a lot of wild magic, right? And Aine looks over at him and just smiles like, right. In areas that haven't been as developed, there's a lot of wild magic in the air. So, if a plant were to need some energy, it could make do with absorbing it.
I would actually love to. Wish I brought my measuring tools because then I would love to be able to measure what the weave looks like here in this particular spot.
Oh, you don't mean literal measuring tools? Yeah, like takes his hands out of his pockets. He was about to go to Hammer's face to see if he could find his measuring tape.
No, I mean like. I mean, they are measuring tools, but they're not measuring tools for measure. Not for
Different
measuring
kind of
distance.
measuring.
Yes, thank you.
Well,
No worries.
Measuring
Just
something
I
else.
try to help.
well, I could perhaps provide a little bit of insight. The only reason it would even be able to grow here is if there's a large amount of magic, but Inkwell seems to be one of those places where there is a lot of magic hanging around.
Hmm.
Yeah, like Phineas looks and is just like, uh, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. As somebody who's been from outside of it, first time I came here, it honestly felt like fondant, kind of like walking through it. Took a real casting.
Hmm.
It's sure is unique.
Could say that again.
It's really interesting the way it affects the world around it. He would have tilted his head and look at the way Miss Ash is dressed. We'll kind of politely ask, would you happen to be a scientist?
What would give you that impression?
You're kind of look the lab coat, just inverted colors. Also, you seem very knowledgeable about this one in particular.
Lab coats are usually longer.
Are they? Must be different where I'm from.
Yeah, I can say that lab coats do normally tend to be longer, and her
Yes.
coat is made out of not lab coat materials. It's
Yeah,
more of a kind of thick woolen coat.
it does
Then
say
we
that in
will.
character, just like
Then I
lab
will.
coats
I
are
will cut that
longer.
argument. I will cut that argument then.
Fair.
Just more of a, well, you seem very knowledgeable about this, and you seem like a person. Vibe check.
Well, just interested in things like these.
That's fair.
For all, you seem to know a lot yourself despite not being a scientist.
Well,
I mean,
I really can't argue that. I just happen to have a strong interest in floriography and potions, which tend to intersect in the area.
we all have our hobbies.
Still, it's nice to meet someone else who's interested in the subject.
Yes, quite.
You know, if you grounded up the petals, I'm sure you could actually use this to make to cast some sort of anti-magic shield spell, like the actual leveled spell.
You wanna try it?
People
No,
have
what? I'm not gonna hurt it. There's way cheaper ways of casting that spell.
people have certainly tried to get the anti-magic properties out of it, though it never seems to quite work. If you were to
It's-
grind it up, I'm afraid to say that you would not be surviving after around perhaps 5 to 10 minutes.
Mm. Yeah, grinding it would probably release a fair few different fumes and oils, especially if you went for petals. Those are particularly rich in that.
Right, I forgot that it's poisonous and it isn't just anti-magic.
Samsa kind of face palms.
Like, quite the cruel joke, no?
How so?
To have something which could be useful, perhaps in even for saving other people's lives. And yet, no matter what you do, it's still a poison.
That's how life is sometimes.
That's a sad way to think about it. He kind of tilts his head. Especially considering because of the nature of poisons, it likely had to develop that way in life. That hardly seems fair to it.
Just want to say that Phineas' entire time has been holding back the want to like cast Mage Hand inside of the, not to touch it, inside of the field to see how it reacts inside of the class. Like, I just want to see if it like stops it. Like, do you get what I mean? Like, if it eats the Mage Hand.
If he tries that, Samsa will give him a disappointed look.
I'm not going to. But I just want to let you guys know as a player that I'm the character in the back of my brain. I'm holding them.
Fair. Yeah, very fair. I think she kind of looks over at her like, well, how would you put it?
Bad thing is, I don't think I have another angle to take that metaphor from. Seems like not a lonely existence, though. If it has to eat the magic of the world around it, and being so poisonous, it likely can't exist many other ways. He kind of frowns. Still, it's got friends now. It might be the centerpiece of this garden, but there's still lots of other plants to keep it company. And somebody clearly cares about all these plants a lot and put in the effort it took to cultivate this thing. That seems a bit more hopeful to me.
I have a question, Fletcher.
Yes.
As me, Phineas, can I do a quick scan of the immediate surrounding area around the centerpiece? And I want to see if all of the like plants that would generate magic that Phineas would know are farther away from the centerpiece.
Yeah, Phineas did roll high enough on Arcana to know which ones like do kind of produce a bit of magic. And they are given a good bit of distance between them and the night teardrop.
Dang it, I just a better way to phrase what I rambled out, and I'm mad at
That's
myself
you.
for it.
It's
You're
fine,
good.
it happens. I think Ash kind of just looks at you all once again and is just, well, I suppose we have different ways of thinking about it. It's forced to keep a distance from others, and it never will be able to grow up. And her gaze lingers on you all for a moment before she glances back towards the flower again.
Well, I was here too long. Particularly because if you, I don't know, but most of the plants that generate magic of some sort, Phineas is pointing out some of them as they walk from one to the other, are kept further away from the plant itself, meaning, if I had to guess, even if a little bit slowly, it does have an area of effect draining drainage. Probably not enough to do anything for for such a short period of time. You probably have to stay in here for multiple days, if I had to guess, to see any adverse effects. But
Those you do have a point. And I think Camille, let me roll. Yeah. Camille kind of pauses for a moment before he's just. How do I put this? Well, I think it's probably about time for us to go, right?
Probably.
Oh, right, the auction event is probably starting fairly soon once all the guests have arrived.
true, and the plate is empty, so we gotta get more food. Let's go.
They should be serving the actual meal around now. And he looks up at Ash and is just, are you going to stay here? Yes, I'm afraid I'm not too hungry. You all go along.
Fair enough.
As we walk out of there, Scrunkily jumps out of the pot and walks towards Lady Ash and hands them a blueberry. I want to see what the reaction is.
Oh.
Scrunkly, my absolute beloved.
She crouches down and is just, oh, what kind gentleman is offering me a gift? As she gently plucks the blueberry out of Scrunkly's paws. And she doesn't eat it herself. She holds it near a coat pocket where two very tiny, fuzzy hands grab it and dart back into the pocket.
Mm. Very
She's her own
interesting.
pocket buddy.
Scrunkily walks towards the rest of the group.
All right, and
Incredible.
I think now is probably a good time to call a break.
Yes.
Yee.
Good.
Yippee.
Also, quick note from me. The scientist question was entirely because my brain glitched and I misremembered the coat as being white. I am so sorry.
You're fine.
Your brain ever just invert colors on you?
Happens to the best of us.
Pats you.
I am suffering. Anyway, sorry.
You're fine. I will probably be using the restroom real quick. I'll be back.
Oh.
My notes are already rapidly losing coherency. I'm trying to make like a map of who's connected to who and what and how, and it's all a mess.
I just have a. Oh my god. I just have their names and their tune races because that's what was mentioned and seemed to be pointed out. And I was like, fuck it. I'm going to write those down and then the side effects. Also, I am loving Phineas and Yuura interacting. This is very cute.
Yeah, I'm really happy. It's been really cute.
I hope you all enjoy the funny bug man
Mm-hmm.
as
We
much
love-
as I enjoy him.
We love the bug man who just does not want anything to do with any of this.
He's trying, but he's really not good at this whole social thing.
And that's why Phineas is here to help out.
I'm back.
I cannot say it's enough. His charisma is a -2.
And he is so valid. I hope you've all been having fun. I forgot how
Very
much
much
work
so.
goes into setting up a murder mystery. Now I understand why it's always two-parters in Detective
Remember?
Conan.
I have not finished my murder mystery.
Yeah.
And it sucks because I set it up and it was over. It was there. You just have to play it. You just have to play it. It's just schedules, man. Schedules.
Mm-hmm.
That's you. I'm having a blast, Fletch. You are doing a great job.
It's a lot of fun, yeah.
Thank you for letting me interject about plants and poisons.
I just want to let you know, by the way, Cobalt is mine. I am taking. This is a character that I'm. This is my custody. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
After this is over.
I'm glad that you've all been enjoying the NPCs.
They're delightful.
Alright.
Also, thank you for letting me do a bit of a waxing poetic contrast of it. That was fun.
Oh. Spec is interjecting that they already called Cobalt, since...
How dare you? You know who I am.
To be fair, they did
Hello, Spade.
design Cobalt, so
I'm aware of this. That's fine. You know what? You can have Cobalt. Just letting you know, I am Cobalt fan. If no one in the world cares about Cobalt, I'm dead.
You can make your own cobalt.
I already have it. It's called Cinny. That's my bunny character. I just love bunny characters.
I know this,
Let me
man. I
live.
love you.
Let me live. Let me live.
Jade love of the Banui.
The
I love
Banoi!
The Banui. I mean, hey, you can never have enough bunny characters.
True.
You can always have more.
Goodness, nuggets are good at multiplying.
No one's died just yet. We just got done meeting Ash.
You have died though. I did kill you.
Damn.
Oh,
Can't
murder
believe
already?
Spec is dead.
Yes, Spec specifically.
I mean, they are a ghost,
True.
Also,
as far as I remember.
JJ, I love.
Wax is so fun.
I love Wax.
So silly goofy.
Wax is so funny.
I do.
They
have
are
to
just
ask,
standing here.
I do have to ask because I'm making connections and I don't know if I'm crazy or not. Is Wax in some way an XP of the Nomad of Nowhere?
Nope, I don't know who that character is.
Got it. Okay.
Isn't that a TV character? Like, I don't know.
Uh,
TV series.
Web show, but
show.
yes. Funny little cartoon cowboy creature.
It's hilarious because when I originally made them, cowboy was not something that I had ever thought. Every single person that I've ever seen what wax looks like has all said that they're a cowboy. And I'm like, okay, I'm rolling with that now.
Yeah,
the hat.
it's
And
the hat and
the hat and the
poncho.
cloak.
Hat, poncho,
Diagnosed cowboy.
Also
color
the
design.
bandana.
Yeah.
lots of straps, whole knife, single shiny object. That's a cowboy.
Toe to tip,
We
that's a
diagnosed.
cowboy.
Yeah.
We diagnosed
We just gotta give him a
one more
gun now.
cowboy. Finally, after all these years, Wax has
Well,
gone.
yeah, a gun.
These notes are rapidly becoming a mess, and they're already on 2 pages.
Holds you.
Well, because one page is supposed to be just a map of like who's connected to who and what and how. But then I started taking notes on the greenhouse at the bottom, and there was a lot of stuff in the greenhouse.
Yeah. Okay. Are we all back and are we all ready to go?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm ready to go.
Let's rumble then. I say cherry. I'm biased.
What are we voting on?
What?
Avi needs to decide between
Oh.
blueberry or cherry.
Is it the fruit or flavor?
True.
Blueberry.
Yeah, if it's the fruit, my vote is blueberry. If it's the flavor, my vote is strawberry.
Well, strawberry isn't a thing here.
Strawberry, cherry, red fruit.
You're so
Yeah,
valid.
The red one.
I dislike artificial cherry flavoring, so
Face down on the.
had too many cherry popsicles as a kid.
I will admit to being biased against blueberries. I actually don't like them.
It's okay. I'll
Blueberry
eat
for
all
the first time
blueberries
like
for
a
you.
week ago. They don't taste very good.
Yeah.
Like they're fine. They're just not very sweet.
Yeah.
Blueberries, my beloved.
Pat,
Also, hand the book I've been referencing this whole game.
Before we start, I'm sorry. I
Okay.
need to go
Ooh.
get some water. I meant to grab some, but then I got distracted with something
Oh
else.
yeah,
Where am
go
I?
get your biv. I'll just be reviewing my notes.
Terribly sorry if the laundry sounds come across in the recording.
Ooh.
I'm not sure what the laundry sound is, but I hear squeaking.
Sometimes you just get to squeak. It's fine.
Oh, we've been going for 3 hours already.
Murder mysteries took a long time to set up.
It hasn't felt 3 hours.
Well, that's good. I'm not known for having short games.
A DM after my own heart.
We don't need to mention the 11-hour game. Don't worry about it. Fine. Damn.
Chief, I cannot express how you just did that to yourself.
Sighs tiredly.
Though it also says something about me being the maniac that transcribed the whole thing. So,
You did, and it was wild.
in a whole year.
Wait, there's a transcript of the 11-hour game?
Mm-hmm.
Looks politely.
I'll go get it. Got it somewhere. I don't have like a specific organization file.
Fair.
I just know that there's a lot of VF transcripts at the top that shouldn't be top, but are because somebody asked one question. And then I couldn't find the answer.
That's such a mood, though.
11-hour game transcript.
Puts this in my pockets. Or I guess we'll put this in my pockets when game is over and I can check the gallery. Because I am stubbornly sticking to the rule of gallery is forbidden until after game. That is the after game treat.
Fair.
Oh my god, I would not be able to uphold that. My ADHD ass could never.
I asked but not survive.
No.
I had to put that rule in place because of my being ADD.
Fair.
Because if the gallery was open, I would get distracted reading the gallery, completely forget what I was saying, and have to repeat one bit of description like 7 times.
You're so valid.
Fair and mode.
So therefore, gallery is after game treat. You get to go back and read over all of the little ways that people reacted to the thing.
Oh, little man, why are we angry?
Because he is small and full of rage.
I guess. There's much to rage against when you were that small.
Yes. When you are that small, everyone is keeping you down. Iggy has many enemies.
Iggy makes many enemies because he's such a little bastard about it. Ain't that right, little man? You bastard? Yeah. Dogs don't have marriage, so you have to be a bastard. Yeah?
Incredible thing to hear.
This is what my conversations with Iggy is like. Do you want up, little man? Just as long as you don't knock into the USB I need for my microphone. Because you keep doing that. Yeah. There you go. Iggy is now back to his spot in lap.
Hell yeah. Lap time.
Lap time. Wait. Or to Jade.
While
But yeah. How are you all
Iggy's
doing?
away, I'm gonna grab my jacket because it is cold.
Okay.
Eh.
Eh.
Oh god, this is probably gonna be terrible audio. I am so sorry. I don't mean to bonk my mic. This hoodie is just huge.
Damn.
Oh, I have bunked my mic so many times. I hope it hasn't been too noticeable because
I don't think I've heard it too much. I think you're
alright,
right.
cool. Because I am doing embroidery as a way to get my hands busy so I don't get distracted and do other things that will make me not focus on the actual game.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, I'm being summoned.
Okay.
Okay, I am sorry, I am back.
You are alright.
Everything okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Gale just dipped for a moment, so
How you doing, by the way?
pretty good. Trying to get back into the DM chair because it's been a moment.
You're doing
Thank you. Plus, I know I've been having Camille be a bit quiet, but that's
No, you're
okay.
good.
Okay.
I understand.
I mean, you are juggling like 5 NPCs.
Yeah.
Water.
Water. Bless ya.
No, if we're not all back yet, I will be right back.
Okay. Damn.
Okay, hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Return.
Yee, sorry, I got summoned.
You're
Good.
fine. Alright, I think we are waiting on Staria now, though.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a trend.
Forgive us.
We're playing musical chairs with who actually gets to be here.
I'm just sitting here. Puppy in my lap.
Shake them
Tubby.
vigorously. Shake.
He does not care. Just gave me a little puppy exhale. Very important announcement. Small.
And puntable.
Yes.
Squeezable.
Shakeable.
Squishable little guy.
Shakeable.
Oh no. Their life is sometimes you just want to coo at your friend's pet, but they're in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
Such is life.
Really.
Please give Eggy a kiss and extra pats from Henri.
I will.
And a kiss and extra pat from me, as well as a punting to the sun.
He will not be punted, but he will be kissed and patted. Mm,
Maybe I should try sandwiching between the two other things.
yeah.
One must try to punt Iggy.
This feels like a bit that I don't know where it started.
It's because Iggy is small and therefore
And
puntable.
puntable.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Return.
Welcome back.
Now we're all back. For
Yeah.
real, for real.
Mhm.
Also, I think part of my chair broke. Oh no. It's okay. Nothing is wrong with it. I can still sit on it, but I'm gonna have to look at this later. Okay.
Fair.
All right. When are you ready?
All right. Let's get going then. Up. Alright. So, we're going to do a little bit of a time skip. Just to keep things moving along.
Mm-hmm.
When you get back, everything's been all set up for having, some, I guess it would be brunch at this point.
Yay.
Like a fancy outdoors brunch. Before the season starts to turn and it becomes too cold for it. But before the food is pulled out, Peterson steps up onto the stage to make a little bit of an announcement, as it tends to be the norm with these kinds of fancy parties.
Speech.
Yeah, a little bit of a speech now that all of the guests are here. He kind of starts to talk in the usual, self-aggrandizing, look at all the stuff that we have on display, we're giving you a great meal, all that normal stuff. And you kind of get the sense that people are kind of like you, mostly here for the food.
Understandable.
However,
This guy
It's
is not
free
going to
food.
sell nearly as much as he thinks he is.
Yeah. However, in the middle of his speech, his gaze goes over the crowd and his eyes land on Cobalt, who is here to reluctantly listen to whatever this bullshit this guy has planned.
Mm-hmm.
And Peterson smiles and sort of clears his throat and is just, I hope you all enjoy it, even if some of you have arrived here uninvited. As he looks directly at Cobalt. To which Cobalt is just, oh, why you little, and launches up onto stage. So, the girls are fighting.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Samsa this close to being like, sorry, I can't get out, and then realize he's not the one being stared at.
But wait, didn't Kobolds say they were invited?
I think we have bigger priorities right now.
Yeah, Phineas is casting.
Yeah, no, this escalated very quickly.
Phineas is using, if allowed, sidestep sash to cleanly step up to the stage in between them.
Hey Phineas, what's your AC?
What's my AC?
Yeah, what's
15.
Alright, cool. Okay, so that misses and that hits. They're in the middle of duking it out, but so you kind of stepped in right in time to receive a left hook from Kobold.
Hold on, is that with my mage armor? Hold on. That is with that is with my mage armor, which I've. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. All right.
Yeah. Like you did.
Wait.
Yeah.
What is? This is. Is this non-magical damage?
Kobold's fists are not magical.
Fantastic. I will use the Acme effect.
Alright, so that is halved.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, you take just 2 damage.
Good. So I only get. I'm not an actual toon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm so sorry you did kind of just jump right into the fray.
I mean, fighting is not gonna get us anywhere.
Yeah. Is anyone else gonna do anything? Cause
Samsa just kind of behind them all, behind the whole thing. It's like, oi, don't. You can talk things over, okay? Don't, don't fight like that. You can fight all you want later, but there's a crowd. You're embarrassing yourself.
So they're already throwing fists. Do you mind just holding that kobold?
Is anyone else going to intervene? I've not heard from Yuura or Wax yet.
I'm tempted to, but I'm not sure that I would be effective despite my height.
I mean, you can always try. You are a monk at the very least.
Yeah. You could always just grapple one of them.
This is true. I will try to grapple Peterson then in an attempt to stop this.
Alright.
Are they both fighting each other, or is it just Kobold throwing punches?
Cobalt started throwing punches, and Peterson is defending himself violently. Okay. So yeah, they're
He's
both
happy
fighting.
to give retribution.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. As someone who does not do grapples very often, what do I roll for that?
Roll athletics.
I believe.
Yeah.
I finally get to roll something that has a good modifier.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Alright.
Are you kidding?
That's actually very good. That makes it.
Grapple that old man.
You've grappled the turtle. Peterson's actually only in his 20s, hilariously enough.
Oh.
Tortoises just always look old.
Tortoises are naturally wrinkly.
Yeah.
Understandable. Have a nice day. You know what? Phineas is like, can you grapple the old man?
Who are you calling old?
Oh.
Yeah. Does you plan on doing anything, or?
There's not much he can do. He could put one of them to sleep, maybe, but I don't know how big these guys' HP pools are, so I don't know if that would work.
I'm not sure that's a wise idea in general.
Yeah.
They're civilians. They won't have that much HP.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like the right thing to do. The others have the grappling handled, and Yoda's not very strong, so he's not going to try and get between these people. He's mostly just pulling his fan out to prepare a healing spell in case any of them did damage.
You're a bard, right?
Yes.
Bardic inspiration.
Oh, right, that's the thing. He would probably, yes, give bardic inspiration to... Oh, actually, he would give... He would use a... Words. He would... use a charge of bardic inspiration, or expend a bardic inspiration to use his improbability, and give advantage to Wax is already succeeded at his grapple. Advantage to Phineas on handling Angie Rabbit.
Fair. Is it Phineas or Samsa
Using the
who's-
situation.
Mhm.
It would be Phineas because Wax already has Peterson. So
Yeah, Wax already has Peterson handled.
Is Samsa just speaking, or is he going for the grapple?
He's just speaking. He's not going to directly get involved since the
Alright.
others seem to have it handled.
Alright. In that case, roll your grapple at advantage, Phineas.
oh goody. That is an 18. It's athletics, right?
Yes.
18 minus 1, 17.
Alright. Well, that's a shit roll, and these are civilians, so you succeed in restraining an angry bunny boy.
Okay, Cobalt, calm down.
Yeah, as like Cobalt starts cursing at you in Growlix as you restrain him. Meanwhile, when Peterson's restrained, he is just, unhand me, you ruffian. It's him you should be targeting. He's the one who started it.
Doesn't matter who started it.
Well, I rather think it does. I'm simply just trying to host a party, and this ruffian comes and attacks me out of nowhere.
You
Out of nowhere.
no, you invited him, you dolt.
Did
Okay,
no such
let's
thing.
not insult anyone.
And at this point, Chestnut rushes in and sort of rushes over to Peterson and kind of just places a soft paw on his shoulder. Let's see, let me look at the note. And just rapidly starts papping to try and calm Peterson down.
Like tapping?
Computer.
Like pap 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 with the paw.
I am restraining myself from the Homestuck reference.
What the fuck? Is this a thing that Lynxes do?
It's more so Chestnut doesn't speak.
I see.
And Peterson's not going to read a sign in this scenario. But once Peterson's attention is gotten, she kind of points over at the crowd, which is staring at everyone. So you now have Peterson's attention, even as Cobalt is hissing like an angry cat.
Okay. Cobalt, goodness gracious, you don't have to fight him.
You're just treated to more Grolix along the lines of, well, let's just say he's saying some very unflattering things about Peterson right now.
Okay, clearly there has been some kind of understanding. Mr. Peterson, Cobalt informed us that you had invited him.
I've done no such thing. Never want to see that rabbit's face again.
Okay, let's not escalate. Is there anyone who could have perhaps given the invitation by mistake, altered the guest list?
Perhaps I would be in a better mood to respond if you were to unhand me. He tilts his chin up.
If Wax unhands you, are you immediately going to start throwing hands?
Of course not. I was the victim in this scenario. He attacked me. If he's not attacking me, then I see no need to throw a hand in return.
Can I insight to see if he's telling the truth?
Yeah.
Okay, so that'll be 10 plus 12.
He does not intend to throw a punch himself.
Yoda will look to Wax and give just short nod.
Wax will put him down slowly because I did not roll insight, and Wax just does not believe that he will immediately go start throwing hands again.
Sorry to take control of the situation. If anyone wants to go first, let's go.
I was also just gonna say, Cobalt, just show him the fucking invitation.
Yeah. Kobo pauses and takes a very deep breath as Chestnut looks over at him and pulls out a sign that says, "You have the invitation, right?" "Yes.
You showed it to us.
I should. If it will help put everything to rest, then I'll do so. But I need my hands."
Okay, I am turning around, so my point is to Peterson and Cobalt is phasing away, and then I will unhand them.
Kobo grumbles as you unhand him, but goes to try and pull out the invitation, but does not.
Does he fumble?
Hammerspace, our beloved.
Yeah, I think Peterson in the background is brushing himself off as he kind of glares up at Wax like, "You could stand to be a little more gentle." For he kind of just brushes himself off, and Chestnut goes to Chestnut kind of goes to help him in the background. So Cobalt goes to try and grab the invite, but instead pulls out a set of earrings. It's just all the times to fumble. And pulls again, and again, and again. But nothing even close to resembling an invitation comes out.
We saw it. Come on.
I know, it should be here somewhere. And he keeps pulling again.
I swear if you somehow
again,
dropped it.
and again.
But
still nothing.
Can Yoda, real quick, run off to check the path to see if they dropped it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What would that be? Investigation?
Yep.
Cool.
Though I will be addressing things while he does so, because that would take a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, for the rest of you, Cobalt is starting to once again swear in Grolix. because he cannot seem to find it. And the more he struggles, the more smug Peterson looks, as he's just, you don't have it, do you? You never did.
We saw the invitation as well. Not to defend the punches, but Walter is telling the truth.
I would assume someone like you would be aware of an illusion, no? And
I'm looking at Cobalt. I'm rolling an insight at the mention of that.
Cobalt is just, you're accusing me of doing an illusion? I'll have you know it was no such thing. You invited me. You came here to make me look like a fool, didn't you?
Can I get the insight on that?
Yes. What was your insight?
18 plus 0, so just an 18 flat.
All right. Cobalt does seem to be telling the truth as far as you know. And
Well, maybe the illusion was made with someone else.
also, was that 22 a investigation?
Yes.
Yeah, you don't find anything. I'm sorry, Yuura.
Yeah. He'll like look around where they were talking, see, maybe check the bush, but other than that, if he can't find it, he will head back. And say, well, you didn't drop it.
That's because he never had it. And Chestnut, like, places a hand on Peterson's arm to try and calm him down a bit. To which he yelps and hisses and growls as he pulls away to nurse a cut. Chestnut looks a little apologetic, and instead moves to try and heal it as she pulls out a sign that says, "Why don't we drop it for now?"
Or at the very least, move somewhere a bit less public.
Yeah, everyone's staring.
Yeah, they sure are.
Okay. Phineas is going to really quickly turn towards Cobalt, just like hush breath, just say, look, trust that you did have an invitation at one point. Seems like you just don't have it anymore. Whatever happened, worst comes to worst, you get a night in prison or a night in jail for a misdemeanor. Just go. Don't let this. He's got a lot more money than I'm guessing you do, so don't let this fuck up your life.
Cobalt snorts. But looking over at Peterson and Chestnut, especially as he looks at Chestnut, he sighs and is just fine. But for the record, he did invite me. I don't know what sort of trick you played, but we will get to the bottom of this. And he turns to storm off.
Can I really quickly insight that look between Cobalt and Chestnut?
Yes. Anyone else who sees this can also take a look-see.
No, I got a fucking 2. Ain't no fucking way I'm seeing
no fucking way.
I'm fucking seeing nothing.
Alright,
I'm
I
fine.
can
Did I
try.
miss this?
Yeah, everyone can try. So Samsa, Yuura, and Wax all can make an attempt.
This is perception, right?
I have a guess at what's going on, but I'm gonna keep it to myself.
This would be insight. Alright.
You guys really like giving me 22 today.
Yeah.
That's my lucky number.
Okay, so Samsa, you're a little more preoccupied with the fact that you are currently in the middle of a crowd who is staring and judging very, very hard.
Yeah,
Which
that's definitely a thing he's currently thinking about.
Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. So that's probably more than a little distracting for you.
He doesn't like being the center of attention.
Mhm. Yeah, and so Wax, you can figure out that there is definitely something to that look. Yuura, you can tell that they do seem to have some sort of connection. He seems to want to listen to her, even if he has his own personal gripes. Let's see. And as a final note, because I think Wax would be the only person close enough to hear this from Peterson, as the one who restrained him. Wax, as Cobalt storms off, you can hear Peterson mutter to Chestnut. You overhear two phrases. Don't think this changes anything, and you should stop protecting him.
Mm-hmm. Got it, Chief.
Yeah.
Fucking.
We're in a soap opera, baby.
But
All right.
You authorize soaping.
May I?
yes.
Finn is going to walk up to the podium or the center of the stage or whatever they have, and just say, tap Mike and just say, "Sorry for the interruption, folks. Feel free to continue your brunches. We'll head off stage to make sure Lord Peterson is safe and sound. As you were."
And the crowd does mutter a little bit, but does eventually disperse. Chestnut pulls out a sign that says, "We should change you out of that suit." To which Peterson looks down and makes a noise of disgust. I agree. You all go have some brunch. And he walks off. Unless someone has
imagining-
anything more to say to him.
I'm just imagining, like, because Samsa has not gotten up the stage, and I'm assuming hasn't either. So just like these two, just like standing up awkwardly to the side, just like, well, that's something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I am getting off the stage, and as I do, you see something squirrel its way down my leg, and begin following. I'm sending Scrunkly in to follow after Lord Peterson. Just stay out of sight, and just listen in. And then I'm gonna walk up to Samsa and just say, "Samsa, I need to be my eyes for a bit."
Sure. What?
Fantastic. Hand on your shoulder, and Phineas' eyes turn white, and he's looking through his familiar's eyes.
Alright, have Scrunkly roll stealth.
Yep. I gotta go find rat stats. Hold on. Oh wait, there's a weasel. I forget that I always forget there's a weasel. We'll use a weasel stat.
Lethal weasel.
Stealth, right? Oh, +5. Oh, he actually gets a good thing. That is 16. For Scrunkly.
That does not beat it.
Oh boy.
I'm so sorry. One
Don't
of
the first
chest.
Slinky.
I will not hurt the familiar.
I will just say, I give you full permission to just like him out if something happens, and or have him just poop out of existence before anything bad happens.
Yeah, one
We
of
can't do
Chestnut's ears twitch, and she looks back towards Skrunkly, which of course gets the attention of Peterson, who glares down at the weasel and is just, trying to spy on me now, and starts to stalk towards Skrunkly a bit intimidatingly, but is stopped by Chestnut, who kind of makes a shooing motion.
You see,
Sir, don't throw hands with a ferret.
Skrunkly.
You've thrown enough hands today.
Yeah,
Keep them to yourself.
Skrunky's acting like an animal, in a sense. So, but once they're shooed away, they'll go into a bush and begin digging into the earth, like almost like. Do weasels dig? Do they go underground? I don't know what weasels do.
I believe weasels do live.
Or ferrets. I guess ferrets in this sense. Ferrets dig, right?
Ferrets
Um,
like to throw
I
and
think
things
they
as far as I
borrow.
know.
Fantastic.
Ferrets do like to dig, but if I remember, which one is? I think ferrets is the domesticated one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you'd encounter a ferret in the wild.
He's more of a wild fish.
Well, then he'd be a
weasel then?
weasel.
Then he's a weasel. So I guess I didn't know there was a difference. I thought they were. Or I didn't know they were the same thing. I thought there was a difference.
I believe they are different. I don't know too much about them, so don't come at me.
Okay. Well,
but
whatever it is, it's an animal. They dig into the earth and like begin acting like an animal.
I do think Phineas was showing Skrunkly around before, so
That's fair.
So Chestnut kind of stalks forward a bit and makes another shooing motion.
Okay. Skrunkle will go away. He'll leave behind a blueberry.
The blueberry is taken, and Peterson is just, damn perverts, before he returns again.
My God!
Such an interpretation.
I should have done spider. I should have done a spider. A spider would fucking nailed it. Oh, I don't have time to change him. All right, that's fine. We just don't have the time. This is what happens when I'm like I have him as a ferret all the time.
Mm-hmm.
If I had time, I would change him to other things. Anyways.
Fair. I'm so sorry.
No, that's fair.
But yeah, so I think for...
Yeah, make the roll. That's just what happens, baby.
Mm-hmm. I think for the rest of them, Camille is trying to join up with the rest of the group alongside Samsa. And does kind of glance over at Phineas because,
I mean, once
Phineas comes back,
yeah.
Samsa's like, when you said it, I didn't think it meant that much, that literal.
What
little warning next time.
What do you think I meant? We've done this before.
This is me, the Staria, not remembering if we've actually done this before.
We did in the temple, technically, where we met. If I do remember correctly. I'm remembering, but either way.
Completely forgot that. Okay.
Didn't catch anything. All right.
well, I imagine we'll probably find out more as the party goes on.
Yuura is fidgeting with his fan and frowns at the ground. This feels like this is gonna snowball.
Knowing my luck.
Camille pauses because, no, he can't say a murder is going to happen without raising a few alarm bells. But a murder is
have a way. I might have a way to like give him a way to hint at it.
I
It's
also thought away.
it's fine. I think for now he's probably just gonna, because number one priority is like they should stick around for the other shoe to drop. And so he kind of tugs on Yuura's sleeve and is just, "Hey, Yuura, I'm hungry."
Yeah, let's. There's nothing. Let's just sit down and have some brunch. Um, he will like pat me on the shoulder.
Do you want to eat brunch with us?
Yeah, sure.
I thought we were at a table together, honestly.
Yeah, same.
Lunch.
Fair. You have not sat down yet.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, we got here and immediately a fight started.
Yeah, that's fair.
We were probably like in the queue for the brunch buffet.
That's so fair.
And then we got out.
Yeah.
And Yuura does like click his tongue at that, like, oh, we're gonna be at the back of the line.
It's okay. It has died down a little bit.
Hmm.
But yeah, so you all get brunch and take a
Short rest.
seat. Yes, it will count as a short rest. Though a few minutes into the brunch, Ash actually comes by and sits down right next to Camille, with a plate of her own food. I hope the seat isn't taken.
No, not at all. I have a question, by the way, during this short rest.
Yes.
If at all possible, just like as they're eating, Phineas would like to ritual cast Find Familiar to change Scrunkly into something else.
Alright, what do you plan on changing Scrunkly into?
I will change Scrunkly into a bat. Bat. He'll be a bat. Little red bat.
And ritual casting adds... It
1
doesn't
hour,
multiply.
Minutes.
It's 1 hour plus the casting time of the spell. Or it's
10 minutes, isn't it?
Yes, it's 10 minutes plus the casting time of the spell.
Okay,
So an hour,
that's...
10 minutes.
Yeah, because I was like, I forget the ritual casting spells. If it like multiplies it by 10, it adds 10 or what?
No, it
It's-
adds 10 minutes.
Yes, so 10 minutes plus the casting time of the spell, so an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's a short rest. I would think that we have enough time.
Yeah, if you do that, you will not be able to eat because your mouth will be preoccupied with casting.
That's fair.
And
take it.
also, everyone would know what you're doing.
That's fine.
Mhm.
Having eyes in the sky is better than.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you that disclaimer,
That's
because
fair.
I don't think you can like
I'm not-
subtly cast.
To be fair, I never said I was doing secret.
Hmm?
I was just like, I'll even say it out loud on the table. I'm going to quickly change Scrunkly to something else, so I'm going to ritual cast here, if that's all right with y'all. Feel free to talk at me, I can talk back, just...
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure what that entails exactly, but yeah.
Think Aine looks over at you and is just, oh, did something happen?
Oh, that's right. You missed the excitement.
The girls are fighting.
A big old fight broke out between Peterson and one of the other guests. Really now. How interesting.
Luckily, no one got too hurt. I think the worst casualty was just Peterson's suit.
In my face.
Oh,
Yeah, you do have
right, you
scratch
got
marks
hit.
on your face.
Do you want me to fix that for you?
It's fine. I've had way worse, believe.
Well, okay, but if you want a hand, let me know.
Don't waste a spell on me. It's 2 HP.
I know. This is in character stuff. We don't have in character measures of HP.
That's fair.
Well, it looks like a really light scratch. I think I have some band-aids still.
And let me roll something because I think it'll be really funny if he does successfully pull it out.
I hope it's one of those decorated dates that are like,
Yeah, it would be. He fumbled though.
oh,
Oof.
He pulls out a book titled The Vinky Code.
I
And
know that one.
he raises an eyebrow, like, I'm not sure that'll help.
I actually know that one.
Oh! Well,
Book.
yeah, it's a really good one. Not what I wanted to pull out, though.
And he does not fumble the next time. So he pulls out a small pack of band-aids that are, let's see. They are little dinosaur themed band-aids.
Oh,
Aw.
Amazing.
Phineas will grab one and put it on. Thank you.
And for the rest of the game, Phineas has a little dinosaur band-aid on his face.
That might be a character design change. We don't know.
He's
Oh
a
my
real
God.
kind, that would be grody.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be fucked up, wouldn't it? Anyways,
Yeah, it would be.
Why, we're not even in the murder yet. Don't. Not too fucked up yet.
Alright,
Raises a
Fine.
hand.
yes.
yes.
I don't have anything mechanical to do during short rest, but can I add a fun little bit of flavor?
Yeah.
Yoda would not be going for any of the food that's being offered and would instead just, if he could just get a cup of hot water, and if you'd like, I can roll Hammerspace to just pull some tea out of Hammerspace.
Sure. That was not me rolling, that was me dropping a dice.
I hope it's
That is
chamomile.
That is a 3 on Hammerspace roll.
Yeah, he would pull out some tea.
Yeah, he pulls out a little box that has a bunch of different dried leaves in it and puts together a tea blend, which, yes, does contain a little bit of chamomile in it.
Yes.
Mostly camellia, and a little bit of vanilla flavored black tea. Something nice and soothing. And
I think-
appropriately floral.
I think the for funnies, Samsa's picks are blandest foods on the buffet. What this man does not have good taste.
Gosh.
You picked unseasoned tofu.
oh,
Probably not tofu. Probably he actually does pick like meat, but it does seem like none of it like the more like flavorful or exotic meals that are.
It is 90% bread.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
Amazing. Does Wax have any fun things?
Wax probably picks the most random combination of foods
Drizzling hot
available.
sauce over the dessert.
Exactly.
I did not pick you for the type of meat, ghost pepper wings, but you know what? That's fair.
If anyone else at the table would like tea, Yura would offer.
I would love a cup.
Yuura will give Phineas a little bit of a reading look and then put together a blend for him.
Or
Prep a cup of hot water.
you all are quite an interesting sport, aren't you? Don't like anything the party has to offer? And she looks over at Yuura.
Just not hungry.
Can't eat while I'm casting.
Suppose that's fair.
Not unless I want it to taste like bark. So
Fair enough.
Would you like some tea, Miss Ash?
No, I make it a policy not to accept, She looks down at the loose, scattered leaves. Anything custom from someone I don't know.
Entirely fair. Will either of the other two want tea?
Yeah, we'll take some tea.
Yuura will mix up the blend that he has designed specially for Camille. And hand him a cup of it.
Yay!
I will say you also see Sprunkly tap on, because he's been laying on top of Phineas's legs as he's casting, and then he taps him, and then Phineas drops the cup down, so Scrunkly a little bit of tea.
Lem, 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 lem.
I'm trying to figure out what Phineas tea would be. I will probably let you know after the game.
Perfect.
Yes. Would Wax or Samsa like any tea?
Considering I'm putting hot sauce on dessert, I probably shouldn't.
I think you should, honestly.
I think you should, just because you would look at that and be like, I could probably put together the weirdest mix of things for this person.
Make some weird ass tea and then Wax dumps a chicken wing into it.
Yes.
I think if Yuura offers, Samsa will say yeah, sure.
Mhm.
You get a cup of hot water.
No.
Why?
It would just it would be a simpler tea, maybe just a little bit of a play on an Earl Grey.
Nuts.
Because this guy
every
seems to
time
like
there's
greater
food
tastes.
in a game Samsa is in, which is not a lot actually, but I'm just dancing around a very specific knife that I'm like, one of these days it's gonna happen.
One of these days. But yeah, so you all start to have a nice, for whatever your definition of nice is, short rest slash meal. And partway through, Peterson does actually make his way onto stage again, where he kind of just gives a very abbreviated speech to everyone. He is wearing a new outfit, much as you may expect, and then heads off to grab some food. The only spot left is unfortunately at your table next to Aine, so he sits down right there.
To be polite, Yuura will also offer him tea.
Samsa is pointedly not looking. He is not making eye contact. He is not initiating social conversation. He is not TM.
Lord Peterson,
Yes?
I'm going to take a guess that Chestnut is eating inside the house.
Oh, no, Chestnut will be around to help the other servers.
Ooh. I hope you weren't hurt too badly. I try to block the punch, but
Just a bit of a scratch. He moves to enjoy his meal. He does not seem too keen on talking to the people who intervened. But he
well, that's great. He wants to talk.
Yeah. But a little ways into the meal, Cobalt does show up again, looking a little more subdued,
Told you to leave.
reluctantly subdued, but you know.
Did I give you an out?
Jade,
Yeah.
we saw what happens when someone tries to leave this party. The horse works.
Yeah. We
the
can't let.
horse is worse.
They're having dinner at opposite tables with different people.
They throwing food at each other.
They're
Awful.
flirting with the other guests.
There's a cowboy that looks slightly similar to Lax that one of them is flirting with.
Brother.
I'm so sorry.
Wax appears to have awakened something. Can't tell if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
But
You know,
yeah.
Wax, there is some very high possibility that your fashion sense may become like a big thing amongst the elite.
But back to the events. Cobalt reluctantly makes his way over to the table and is just Peterson, Cobalt. To apologize for my behavior before. I have jumped to any conclusions, and I shouldn't have attacked you like that. For that, I'm sorry. You really shouldn't have bothered with that, Cobalt. Any apology you give would never be sincere enough.
Oh dear God.
You want to continue the fight?
Okay.
And
I thought high society types were supposed to be big on manners.
believe me, this individual doesn't deserve any of that.
Everyone deserves common decency.
Not
Except you, apparently. And he
No.
says that to Peterson, not to Yuura.
Peterson
Clearly.
rolls his eyes like, not if you've been ignoring such common decency yourself. And Cobalt looks about ready to start something once again before Chestnut rushes over to, like, with a worried expression on her face, to try and defuse the situation. Just rapid peps on both of them as she gives them a hard look.
Poor Chestnut.
Yeah.
Chestnut is having to run
Just-
circles around the idiots.
Mhm.
Chestnut is carrying the entire gathering on her back.
Yeah.
Question.
Yes.
By this time, is my finish of the casting over, or do I stop?
I would say yes, because otherwise you won't finish casting, and I want to be nice to you.
I mean, you could have interrupted it. I made my choice of when I decided to start casting it, and if that happens, that happens. I'll lose the spell slot if that's what you want. I'm okay with that.
Well, you're ritual casting, so you wouldn't lose a spell slot.
You still, if you're interrupted in the ritual casting, you lose it.
Oh shit, for real?
Roll
fucked up.
So at the very least. You can
Damn.
look it up real quick.
But yeah. Where am I? The notes. I had to check something and now I'm lost. Okay.
Oh, hang on, it doesn't actually say if it does or not.
Hmm. Wild. But yeah, I'd say you're probably just about done.
Okay. Okay. What is going on here? What history is here?
Nothing you should be privy to. I'd rather not explain it myself. And Chestnut holds up a sign that says very much to the rest of you, Cobalt and Peterson cannot read this. Like, don't let them get into it.
If I can message Chestnut in their brain, no way other way to message it. I don't know why I'm saying in their brain.
It's me,
Sweet
boy.
boy, 5.
Yeah, it's me, boy.
You boy, I'm the
Chestnut.
Phineas speaking your brain.
Can they get into it when not together? If we separate them?
Once again, Chestnut jolts, but nods. You do not hear a mental response. She just nods at you before flipping the sign. And this time she is getting the two of them's attention. Like, Cobalt, you apologized. You should leave now. Another flip, and Peterson, please just drop it. And Cobalt sort of pauses for a moment before, and he, during this, kind of like leaned on the table to sort of tower over Peterson, but does pull back and relent, while Peterson just glares at Chestnut. I'm so sorry you all have to sit through this.
It's all good. Is Cobalt moving away now?
Yeah, I think after a moment, Cobalt is just alright. Fine. And stalks off, while Peterson is just fine to you as well, before he angrily takes a sip of his drink.
Well, I didn't get. I'm gonna go get something.
Yuura just takes a moment to just let his head thunk on the table.
Hey,
Samsa.
hey everyone.
Hey.
So,
Hey.
Phineas, you don't get very far.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I see what's going on. Okay.
Yeah, Ainu's kind of just been enjoying her food during all of this. She seemed completely unperturbed by the fight going on right next to her. But,
Unbothered in her lane, flourishing.
mhm. But there is something that draws her out of it, in that you will suddenly hear a strangled scream from Peterson as he swallows his drink. and he falls out of his chair in a clutter.
Shit.
Jeez.
He's clutching his head in pain, and starts yelling about how he can't see. If
Oh.
the rest of you go to take a look, like Camille is, his eyes have kind of turned to that milky, unseeing white. And here, what's your passive perceptions, everyone? Because this is
My
happening.
passive is 25.
Oh boy.
What?
And
12. What do you
17.
mean your passes is 5?
My
Hello?
passive is 25.
The observant feat adds an additional 5.
Yes.
So if you have
And Samsa is paranoid. TM.
I wasn't afraid of Samsa until like 10 seconds ago.
yeah. So
Bugman has secrets.
mhm.
Smiles.
But yeah, so I'm going off of your passive because this is all happening too fast for you to make any rolls on it. So everyone gets to, witness this man kind of sort of dying violently right in front of them. But
Probably
Samsa,
happening too fast to try and get a healing spell off, huh?
yeah.
probably wouldn't do much anyways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Yuura and
Considering the poison is probably what I think it is.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yuura and listen, I had to make it so that way you can't just. Do you know how easy death is to undo in D&D?
No, I get you. I get you. You're good.
Yep.
You're doing amazing. We're so proud of you.
But so Samsa and Yuura, you both notice that as he struggles on the ground, there is an very angry looking rash just underneath his coat collar, and he's starting to get a little bit of a blue tint to his extremities. And Samsa specifically because you are disgusting. You catch a very, very faint whiff of something burning. Not like forest fire type burning, but like a candle that was just snuffed out.
Can Samsa try and locate where the burning smell is from?
It is too faint for that. It's just barely on the edge of your senses. And yeah, so everyone is now looking at this, and so a few things happen in kind of quick succession. So I will describe it, and then you all can sort of insert yourselves into it.
Loot.
So first, Camille, being the person he is, goes to try and help, because man is suffocating right in front of him.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, just as he tries to get in range, he's sort of tossed aside by this man's blind thrashing, and there's a little thunk as his head hits the table.
No.
Oh no, Camille.
Don't worry, I have a reason for this.
Yep.
The reason is that I can't let him fucking solve the mystery.
Yeah.
as that's happening, like concurrently to this, Chestnut is sort of rushing back over from where she was sort of starting to leave and pulls out a plot device to phone the police. And she actually does speak in very heavy Grolix. But this is all happening so very fast as this man, like, very quickly suffocates right in front of you. So I hand you that. What you doing during it?
Um,
If if anyone's looking at Samsa, his demeanor does seem to change. It, instead of showing the usual like panic or usual reactions when you see when you see a man die right in front of you, he's not really reacting. He's he's it's more of like he's looking at the situation as if he's like preparing for what's gonna happen after this guy is dead and they have to figure out what's going on.
Um, uh, who wants to go first?
Go ahead, Yuura.
Yeah, Yuura will have been, at first with Camille trying to go and help the guy. But then Camille gets thrown back, so now Yuura has somebody he is much closer to actually worry about. And he's going to try and take care of his friend.
Mm-hmm.
So, when I said I was going to get food, my original intention was actually not getting food. It was going to figure out where Cobalt was headed to talk.
Oh, I know.
Okay, cool. So I was starting to walk in that direction,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm guessing is also the direction where Chestnut is going.
Yeah.
Now, Phineas does speak Grolix. So, what does Chestnut say?
The standard things one would say when calling the police because someone's been
Cool.
poisoned.
Making sure. Phineas is just. I just want to make sure that. Because you didn't state anything, so. Phineas was turned around. He did not see the scene immediately. He's turning around, looking at the dead body, knew that a plot was going to happen, didn't know to whom. Now there is. Like. Hate this. Hate this, hate this, hate this. Okay. He's going to make sure Cole doesn't leave. That's what he's doing.
What's he doing?
Making sure Cole doesn't leave.
Alright.
They won't stop.
Cobalt did actually stop, and he is looking over at Peterson with wide eyes. Aine is also watching all of this, but she does not move to help. She was shocked by the initial outburst, but afterwards,
It's calm.
yeah.
Okay. Phineas is moving towards the gates that wouldn't let him. I'm guessing the horse has he stopped for this.
The horse divorce has been put on pause, yes.
Cool. And Phineas closes the gates.
Mm-hmm.
And just shouts, "Until the police get here, nobody leaves the premises."
There's a whole lot of murmuring and a little bit of panic. But at the very least, no one is trying to rush you over it.
Good.
Mhm.
Wax, you doing anything?
I imagine that like when the dying started, they'd get up to try to check on him, but given that it happened so quickly, there's Chief did not react fast enough. Rip.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy.
Okay.
All right. So with that said and done, we're going to do Seuss Peterson is unfortunately, if you care about him living, dead.
Couldn't have
Deceased.
happened to a nicer person.
Yeah. And
Sorry.
Yeah, it sucks if anybody died at all, but now we
Yeah.
gotta figure out why and how. So,
yeah. So with that said, we're going to do a quick little jump cut to after the police have arrived.
okay. We're gonna solve it.
You
Before
are
we got here.
You are going to solve it, but is my murder history.
No, that's fair.
Salutes.
I'm also basing this off of Detective Conan, and normally the police does arrive unless there's some contrivance, like, well, I imagine you probably get the picture of what would stop in a...
Yeah. Phineas would stay at the front gates just to make sure nobody leaves.
Mhm. Yeah.
Phineas has become Nurse Bouncer.
Yeah, he is excused as the police show up because y'all got to do a bit of questioning. And since you're all at the same table, you're kind of lumped into a similar group. And as the police kind of arrive to get everything all sorted out, one of the officers takes one look at Camille and just sighs.
Yeah, who is still worrying over Camille will look up, kind of half-heartedly laugh and say, "Frequent flyer?"
Say that.
So, buddy, all right.
He hit his head pretty hard. Camille, you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you.
And he's kind of rubbing at his head. Probably have
What, you're a frequent visitor in these kinds of places, kiddo?
Um, I mean,
Maybe not ask the kid. Look, the kid is probably in shock. It's fine. Look, kiddo. How about
I don't know.
letting the adults take care of this?
I've seen worse.
You are a kid, as far as Phineas is aware, so...
Will go for his hammer space to try and find an ice pack to give Camille for that, bonk on the head.
Yeah, Camille.
Yeah, that's a fine. He hands Camille an ice pack.
Mhm. Yeah, Camille kind of gives Phineas a flat look at the expression, leave this to the adults. But he does sigh as he just, normally I would disagree with you, but he winces.
I'll
I'm sorry, I'm looking over at the gallery.
Good kid?
yeah, I'm fine.
Pauses as he tries to think through his most likely concussion to the right set of words. As he's just,
Can I stick with Yuura though?
I'm okay with that.
He's looking at you with big old baby eyes.
Well, sadly, I'm a player, not an NPC, so you're gonna have to fucking try to. You're gonna have to roll. I'm not gonna. You're the DM. I'm not gonna like. You're the ruler here, but also to Phineas, you are just a kid. So he's like, the kid being here during a murder. What the hell are you talking about? You're.
Meanwhile, Samsa is the complete opposite. If the kid wants to help, let them help. I don't mind.
It's a
Yeah.
kid. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, all Camille is asking is that he stay with Yuura right now, because he gets a sense you can't assert that he's going to help with this.
May I?
Yes.
Yuura does look at Phineas and just be like, no, I don't know any of you people, and this situation has just turned very dangerous. I'd rather keep the person I care about at this party within, where I can keep an eye on him. Separating from my friends doesn't seem like a good idea.
Now, I will just say this: me, Jade here saying this, not me as Phineas. Just to clarify, by this logic, Yuura should also go with the police to keep an eye on Camille. Just like if this was real, like I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
no, you're good.
I want to clarify that. Now, obviously, I do want Camille here as a player. I just want to get there as a character. You get me?
Yeah,
Alright, cool.
no,
I can roll persuasion if you like.
I don't like that personally between players, but I can just
Fair enough.
suspend my disbelief. It's fine.
Fair enough.
Fine.
Oh
I
my
like it anyways.
god.
yeah, the officer does come up to you, and yes, for those in the audience, he is a, he's a heavy-set toon with a, with a cap
Big old
on,
broom.
yeah, and a mustache, who looks supremely unamused at this whole situation, and turns to Yuura like, you with this kid?
Yep.
Please, for the love of the gods, get him exercised.
What?
I'm so confused. Are you the dad?
No. Camille pipes up like,
And this is the inspector. He shows up for a lot of the cases.
They do have experience with this kind of things. At least, no flying blindly here.
let's...
Yuura will hold a hand to shake to the inspector.
Mhm.
Yuura audience, pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, but yes, for the record, if one were to make a Venn diagram of the murders in Vealstown and the murders this child is at, it would be more of a circle. And
Is this the plot that they speak of?
This is like Jubilee. Got it. Okay. This is like my friend. All right.
Yuura is
fine.
biting his tongue to keep from basically saying something along the lines of, yeah, and if you added a third circle to that diagram of the ones that have been solved because he was there, it would be a full circle.
also, for your all reference, I may as well just grab his official image.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah,
He still looks like a friend to me. That man is teddy bear shaped.
he is.
That is a unit.
One whole chunk of man.
Mm-hmm.
Cute. Not gonna lie. Anyways,
And he just, anyways, as for the rest of you, seeing as the victim was sitting at your table, can I ask you all to participate in questioning?
Of course.
Yeah.
sure.
Rex will nod.
Alright, we'll do it individually, so
Oh.
if you will come over here with me.
Is Lady Ash no longer sitting at our table, by the way?
She's kind of still with the rest of you.
Okay. Just following us around. Got it.
Mhm. And Camille tugs on Megaray, not Megaray, that's his canon name. I don't have an XP name for him. I planned it to be
Magalore. Magalore.
That's a different canon
Not a
character.
heavy character.
But
Wait, Mega Mini Ray Beam, Mini Beam.
careful. I'm just making him the inspector for now.
Alright.
Fair.
Yeah, as you all kind of walk over for questioning, Camille tugs on his coat as he's just,
Hey, Inspector.
what is it?
If possible, after we testify, could we listen to,
He pauses before pointing at Ash, Cobalt, and Chestnut.
can we listen to them too?
And the inspector pinches the bridge of his nose. Before he's just, if I said no, would you listen in anyways?
Maybe?
Fine.
This man is just so familiar with Camille and his nonsense.
Yeah.
He knows you can't stop him.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so after that, you all get to submit to questioning to try and clear your names.
Yippee!
I will not have you go through that because
We have
we're
each other's allies.
yeah, you have each other's alibis. You also didn't have any prior relation to the victim. So you all can kind of quickly exonerate yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And
Now, horses.
the horses, on the other hand,
My
they're
God.
they're a bit more trouble, not because of any suspicion in regards to the murder, but rather because one of them seems to be using the poor policeman that's questioning them as like a sort of impromptu therapist.
Oh my god.
You're not sure where the couch came from, but it's there.
Couples therapy.
Yeah. But back to it, and as per Camille's request, since he is resigning himself to working alongside all of you, you do get to listen in on each of three suspects' testimonies.
Flips to a new page.
Yep. Giving you a moment to get your notes out because, yeah, this will be important.
This will be on the test.
Yeah.
Alright. Fine, I'll take out my notebook.
Yeah, so first up is Ash, and in the interest of saving time, I'll probably not do the whole thing in character voices.
Yeah, that's fair.
But Ash, you can kind of tell that the officers questioning her, the inspector aside, do seem to kind of immediately be suspicious of her because of the everything.
Yeah.
Especially because, you know, there was kind of a prominent case of a real kind murdering a toon. That does affect some things.
Oh boy.
Now, my biggest question is,
Hmm?
how has nobody gone to check on the flower yet? Is
Because
that after this?
yeah, we gotta do. There's only so many things I can do. I cannot
Understandable.
split myself into multiple individuals like the police forces.
Or like Link in Four Swords.
Hmm?
Turn yourself into 4 different color versions of Fletch.
Yeah, God, if only.
Multicolor Fletch.
But yeah, so they are a little bit harsher when questioning Ash, who asserts that she was just enjoying the meal and whether or not someone died has nothing to do with her. She does not know the victim, and frankly, she doesn't see any reason why she would be a suspect in this case. In fact, she very casually states that she wasn't even invited to this.
Oh my god.
No invite.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is basically I'm completely innocent. I wasn't even invited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
And does
got
not know the victim.
yeah, she has no relation. She wasn't even invited. The whole reason why she came was simply just to see the poisons, get some food, and leave.
Are we allowed to ask questions? Or are we just getting the police's questions?
You're just getting the police's and questions
Yeah.
for now. You can always ask them more. You can always ask them more afterwards, but for now, it's the police questioning. Um, at the mentions of poisons, the officers questioning her kind of like all shudder a little bit. Uh, because, hey, why are you interested in looking at those poisons actually? Why are you crashing in a party uninvited so you can look at poisons? Um, and she kind of just shrugs and says she finds them interesting. Um, though she she notes that what the officers should really be concerned about is where the night teardrop is, because how he died seemed to be the textbook symptoms of what a death via that looks like. And wouldn't you know it, there was one on display there. Um, she also then notes that the last one to touch the victim's dish would have been Cobalt. So that's her testimony, and that is kind of when a bunch of officers are sent out to go and take a look because, ooh, oh boy, oh no. Uh, after that is Cobalt's turn.
Hold on. Can I finish just writing
Yep.
the notes?
You may. So when you are done.
Yep, done.
All right. So when Cobalt gives his full name, uh, it's actually given as Cobalt Keaton Wellington.
You write that out.
Yeah. Boop. Boop.
Oh. Like Buster Keaton and Eve Wellington. Nice.
And Cobalt, while Aine was like very calm during her questioning, Cobalt's kind of the exact opposite. He's extremely agitated. His foot keeps on doing the little bounce, 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 bounce thing, and he looks to be about 2 seconds from either fleeing or punching the nearest officer. When they ask his relation to the victim, he said, like, yeah, he hated the guy, but he didn't want to kill him. And honestly, even if he did, he wouldn't be so vocal about how much he hated the guy beforehand. That just seems stupid. And like, yeah, okay, so he did fight Peterson earlier at the night, and he did go and find Peterson at the table, but that wasn't because he was trying to kill the guy. Again, he just hated him, but that doesn't mean anything, right?
Ooh.
Oh, one moment. I think I.
All right. Can someone do a Taka?
Hello?
Okay,
Hello,
I can
testing,
hear you
testing,
all
1, 2,
again.
3.
Sorry about that. My USB got bumped, and then it decided not to work. Go back to bed. Okay. But yeah, just very agitated trying to defend himself. The officers eventually calm him down. So he reluctantly admits, like, the reason why he hates Peterson was because originally Peterson was his friend, but they had a bit of a falling out. But he honestly did not kill the guy. He was even the whole reason why he went over to the table at all was because he wanted to try and make amends for someone. And yeah, he could have touched the plate, but he wasn't thinking about it at the time. He just wanted to try and intimidate Peterson some. And he walked off before the victim dropped, so that should mean something, right? But,
Oh, God.
yeah.
He has stacked all of the evidence against him.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness gracious, you are not good at defending yourself, buddy.
No. And finally is Chestnut, who you don't necessarily overhear as you kind of have to like lean over a hedge to read the signs she's pulling up.
I'm just imagining someone standing on top of God, I don't know if Wax is strong enough for this, but someone standing on top of Wax's shoulders to be able to peek over the hedge.
Oh my gosh.
Camille.
I don't know if anyone would allow that considering he's already bonked his head once.
I mean, Yoda's pretty light if we need someone.
Well, one way or another, you do manage to take a peek at Chestnut's testimony. In that, her relation to the victim is that she's Peterson's servant, and she had worked for his deceased father as well. Outside of that, she's a graduate student at a nearby college with botany as a major. And the reason why she was at the table was because Cobalt and Peterson were fighting yet again, and she wanted to try and defuse the situation before they threw hands. She states that she didn't have the chance to touch Peterson's dish. Her she was away from the table when he ate, and before that was holding up a sign and sort of having placing a hand on Peterson's back. She thinks that Cobalt was the last person to touch the dish, but she's not entirely sure. And she was the one that called the police after he started dying. That is all of their testimonies. But
Wow, the police suck. I'm sorry.
yeah, they do. Why do you think they have to rely on a literal child to solve the crimes, you know?
No fucking kidding. Like, they didn't ask any follow-up questions.
It's fine. Out of universe, it's because I didn't want to just sit here
I
rambling
get
about.
you.
Yeah.
No, I get you. I want to talk to the victims. I want to drill them. I want to fucking like.
All right,
Yeah.
Jade, dial it back.
All right.
I want to be bad cop. No.
But yeah, so after the initial questioning, all of the suspects were asked to clear their hammer spaces and pockets so that way they could check what's inside. And Cobalt and Chestnut's they're all normal Toon stuff, you know, the sort of stuff that you could expect to find in a Toon's hammer space and the like. Well, Inez is kind of full of samples taken from the plants in the greenhouse.
How did she get to those? Those plants were so far behind the
Well,
suspension of disbelief.
the railing is like a normal walkway railing. You can climb over it really easily.
Also, just mage hand.
Yeah.
Almost anybody can cast it. You just learned.
Mm-hmm.
I could have taken some samples.
Essentially.
Did, by the way. Just want to clarify, I did not take samples.
Fair.
That would have been stealing.
Mm-hmm.
The first time
Yeah, so finding her pockets kind of full of poisons, they're like, okay, it probably has to be
please.
this person. So they're pretty much just about ready to wrap things up if you guys don't step in.
Okay.
Alrighty. Um.
I thought you guys were supposed to be the equivalent of city guards. I see city guards outside of Ironcold that ask better questions than this.
You're also apparently working on pretty severe bias. Why did you question her so much more harshly than the rest of us?
The unnamed officer, the inspector's probably elsewhere to see the actual forensics part of things. So you're dealing with unnamed officer A.
Hold on, I actually do have a question because when they were questioning us, were they more aggressive towards Phineas
Yeah,
And Samsa.
Yeah,
and Samsa?
They did seem to be a little more suspicious of you two.
Yeah.
Because, again, there was a very, very prominent case about a real kind killing off a Toon.
And it being poisoning too.
Yep.
Um.
So when a Toon dies at a table full of real kinds, it's, yeah.
It's gonna raise some eyebrows. If I may.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the brain cells to put this eloquently without just reading off my notes. But there are points in each of the testimony heard that could lead to any of the three being a suspect.
That is correct.
And he would list those off and say, theoretically, you could make an argument for anyone in this situation, anyone of this group having been culprit.
There's
You
also
don't have
nothing
anything
saying.
definitive yet.
There's also nothing saying that it doesn't agree. Technically, they could have been working together.
Theoretically.
Yes.
But there's also the fact that Miss Ash didn't know the victim. What motive did she have?
The officer kind of does an awkward laugh. Because it seems like he thinks that you should know this already.
What are we missing here?
Yuura raises an eyebrow and says, explain the joke?
Well, in cases like these, oftentimes isn't the fact that the victim is attuned enough.
If you weren't a cop, I'd be punching you. In fact, if you weren't surrounded by people right now, I'd be punching you.
It kind of just sounds like a poor excuse to not actually do your job.
You're working under an exceedingly strong racial bias, which is yikes, bad look.
Can I have your badge and your badge number and your name?
Why are you mad, Iggy? Is it because I was being racist?
Yes.
Iggy is mad at the racism.
I'm surprised. I thought Iggy was racist.
Oh, actually, I just thought of something.
Oh?
Feel free to veto this, because I totally understand if you do. But Yuura is a secretary at the detective's office, which would have to work closely with the police. Can I argue rolling history, see if he can pinpoint this guy?
I mean,
Oh my god.
I
You're
mean,
gonna pull his fucking IP address on.
you can try and dox this guy if you want, I guess. But he
You gave us a
Roll the box.
racist. You expect us not to ruin his life?
Oh no, I do. But he kind of just raises his hands up like, that came out worse than I thought it would, but well,
Do you think?
I would hope that you've all been aware of a few high-profile recent cases.
What does that have anything to do with this? Why do any other case have to do with this one? Unless they're all active suspects in any case, it has nothing to do with this.
People don't kill for no reason other than to kill. There's usually a bigger motive.
Also, Fletch, I'm guessing by high profile case, you're referring to the tapping case?
That and also, the whole... Now, my brain may be phrasing this wrong, but like the whole vampire shadow government. Didn't that come to light? I forget.
What
I
is? Oh my god!
don't-
Wait,
That
it's on the tip of my
hexes?
tongue.
No,
There's
not
something on the
hex.
tip of my tongue.
Like, I think it has something to do with,
That's the silver screen.
yeah, the silver...
What? I
Hold on
listened
a
to all
moment.
of Silver Screen and I don't remember vampire government. Hello? I must have missed something.
There, I think Like, I think it had something to do with, like,
No, it had something to do with vampires and the shadow government. Do you remember this?
yeah, brain.
Fucking what?
Nobody fucking listens to the source screen. So yeah, the vampires were the ones causing the erasures, if I remember correctly.
Oh, they were the ones behind the erasure cult.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know if that came to public light, but
Say there was another high profile.
There was
like that.
another erasure. There was another erasure cult. No.
Can I say the thing I wanted to say?
Go ahead.
yeah.
Would also like point out, because again, he's a secretary, his job is to read these things. Would point out, speaking of which, neither of the high profile cases that I believe you're referring to had anything to do with just the victims being Toons. The Taffy Train case was an intentional move by a very bitter woman to defame an acclaimed Toonkind director because she was an actress who was incredibly frustrated with what she felt as Toonkind actors taking real kind jobs. That's not killing because the victim was a Toon. That's killing specifically to defame one person and make the public lose faith. As for the other, the cult was a religious group. So that was a religious motivation, not a racial motivation. No, just being a Toon is not enough reason for most people to murder, and there is a murderer who has that pattern. I have yet to encounter them in the records I studied, and trust me, I studied a few.
Well,
I really hope that this guy just drops his badge and whatever he has on him and just starts walking away into the set. Like I want him discouraged, disarmed, like just
All the diss.
career over.
Well, I do feel like you are sort of skewing the argument some, but for now, even if you were to ignore the fact that she's real kind, how do you explain the poison?
Whatever happened to the night blossom? Did we get an answer to that? Who was supposed to be checking on that?
Officers checking on it right now.
As for how to explain the poison, simple. The garden is usually a public work. I'm not sure what the typical rules are for taking samples or not taking samples. However, it is up for sale in today's auction, or rather was for the person running the auction was killed. So, if somebody wanted samples from said garden, which had an immense collection of incredibly rare plants, this would be their last chance to possibly get it, but it went into the hands of who would likely guard it with much
Much more.
This is not in character. Yes, that. With much more conviction.
That is still theft.
That's a
Theft
different
is not murder.
murder.
I'm not arguing that it wasn't a theft. I'm arguing that it's not evidence.
Have you
Or at the very least, it's not evidence directly.
Well, let
It
me
could
argue
be
this.
circumstantial at best.
Kids are also hot-blooded these days. Let me argue this.
I'm going to banish him. I'm going to cast banishment if he keeps talking. In fact, Phineas is going to say it loud. If you don't shut the fuck up, I'm going to cast banishment on you. It will not hurt you, but it will it will get rid of you for a minute so I can have peace of fucking mind.
Boy,
Mr.
let's
Phineas,
not escalate this.
let's not give this choice individual any more ammunition, because clearly he has a vendetta to prove.
Phineas is gonna start walking away and start walking towards the suspects, and I want to question them.
Yeah, unfortunately, you are. The unnamed cop does start to try and head you off because, hey, wait a moment. You can't do that. You're not police. But before he gets to you, Camille sort of tugs on your sleeve real quick.
What's up, kid?
No, why don't we try talking to the inspector? He's the one who can actually make sure the investigation continues.
Good call.
I
That's your
think
boss? I'm gonna tell him to fire you. I say to the cop.
The cop just rolls his eyes, and Camille.
What part of don't escalate this do you not get?
Real quick, can I roll that history?
Yeah.
Phineas might be intelligent. He's not wise.
No, he is not.
This is why Samsa is here.
That is why this game had the
Just
fantasy
not-
racism tag, by the way.
Yeah.
This asshole.
He's
All right, that-
your honor.
That is a 19 plus 3 on the dice.
Alright, which,
Does this guy have a record from which you're to be like, oh, it's this asshole?
Probably nothing by name, but in a few of the cases Camille solved, he's mentioned, like, Camille does tend to share his own little petty thoughts when he's writing up paperwork for cases. So you might be able to, like, put 2 and 2 together. Not with any, like, particular thing, but just,
Not enough to...
not enough to
I'm guessing
dox
we
this
wouldn't
man.
have... Yeah. But enough to know that, he's a repeat offender.
Yeah, that there are some assholes in the force because,
And I think Yuura will kind of, under his breath, just so Camille can hear it, just be like, you weren't kidding about that asshole.
anyways,
and he sort of reaches his little cap, as he's just,
let me just butter up the inspector real quick.
Butter away, I guess.
Yeah, so he runs on ahead of you all, to sort of chat with the inspector. So the inspector mostly seems to be tiredly humoring this kid, especially as Camille points out that specific cop. So you are all welcome to pop into that.
Yeah. Yuura wasn't kidding when he wanted to make sure Camille was staying safe, so he's following close behind.
Samsa eventually catches up to them. He's not too inclined to stay with the fantasy racist.
Yeah.
Straight to the investigator.
Like, okay, the guy made clear he doesn't like him, like his kind. TM, so he's not gonna stay there for a lot longer.
Yeah. But yeah, so is there anything...
Not gonna go picking unnecessary fights, but he's also not gonna stay there longer than he should be.
Alright, is there anything in particular you want to say to the inspector, or should I just sign this off and move to the next part?
I mean, aside from just, oh my god, I gotta fire that guy.
Yes, Camille has been telling me a a little bit about what he said.
Why is a child telling you about this?
He lets out a tired sigh. As much as I would like to say otherwise, there is a bit of, a lot of tunes are perhaps scared of situations like this.
Gee, I
Oh.
can't imagine why. It's not like he's not making it worse.
I'll be addressing this, don't you worry. Though I heard you all wanted to continue the investigation?
Yes.
Yes.
If possible.
Yoda will once again kind of list off the reasons that he's not satisfied with any of the potential suspects. Basically, here's why they could be, here's the reasons they couldn't. They are evenly balanced. We need to find something decisive.
Yeah. The inspector nods as he's, well, you all are working with Moria's office, correct?
Who?
I'm her secretary.
Oh.
Close enough. I'll say Moria's office is working as a consultor on this case, and he points at the rest of you. None of you say otherwise.
Sure.
Why not? I don't know who that
Mouth
is, but
shut.
sure.
Mouth shut, eyes open. She's a lovely woman.
If you say that, then the other officers shouldn't give you any trouble. Now,
Great to hear.
just get out of my sight. He's pinching the bridge of his nose
Proceeding
again.
to get out of sight right
And I
now.
thought he was cute.
What?
And I thought he was cute.
What?
Listen, he's giving you what you want. He's just...
So
he is
tired.
very tired
He's so-
and very
And, like-
done.
Don't look at me.
I'm sorry if this ain't... I'm sorry if his behavior isn't cute. He's tired.
Yeah.
He's a very tired man. He deals
Understandable.
with so much.
Yeah, and as you all walk away, I think Camille sort of, like, he tries to, like, bounce ahead of you to start giving you your options, wobbles for a moment, and then tones it back as he just, I think there are a few... I've worked with Mori a lot, so I think there's a few different things we can investigate first. And he holds up he holds up his thumb, his index finger, and his middle finger. There's 3 things that we can look at. One is the corpse, one is the suspects, and then the last is this garden itself.
Lit up and good look.
No, that feels unwise.
We should probably check the body first.
Yeah, we should confirm. We should confirm. He kind of looks to Camille to make sure he's getting the information right. Confirm cause of death. See if they have anything on forensics.
I think so.
While the victim died, I smelled something odd. It was almost like something burning.
Like wood or?
Like a candle that's just been snuffed out.
Right, I think I got a bit of that
Couldn't
too.
couldn't figure out where the smell came from, but I was hoping at least some of the other suspects would mention it, but they don't seem to have.
Well, most of them weren't quite as close as you were to the action.
Hmm. Right. Well,
Alright. That should be our
uh,
first step then. Alright, let's
Alright.
go.
So
And he
you
will like make an offhanded comment of just let me know if you need another eyes.
so you all make your way over to the corpse.
yippee!
Yeah, he's got the chalk outline and everything. It seems like forensics is starting to try and do its work. And they don't even blink when Camille toddles up to them. But yeah, so you all can roll investigation, medicine, nature, or arcana. I'm giving you a variety of options.
Can I ask part of
Right,
my
the only one of those who actually has a higher modifier is medicine.
can I as part of my arcana roll also cast detect magic?
You can, JJ, what were you saying?
God damn.
That medicine is the only one I have that has a modifier.
Fair.
I've got a pretty good medicine modifier, so I will probably also be checking that because this is forensics.
Mhm.
Oh god damn it, I dropped my dice. Hang on.
No! Alright,
Where
so,
did it go?
Would the detect magic give me advantage, or am I just going to get some slight different information?
detect magic would give you some info.
Okay.
I almost sneezed.
It's
You would
okay.
Okay.
So let me resolve that while everyone rolls their stuff.
Yeah, let me find my dice.
Is I did actually write down what this does specifically. Yay me!
Good job!
Yeah. So there is a lot of different magics on this man, actually. Um, you primarily get to see magics from the schools of aberration, conjuration, illusion, transmutation, and necromancy.
Jeez.
What are you doing with all this? Is it all on his clothes, or what is it all on him?
Uh, do you sort of like adjust his clothes, or
Does the forensic things team let me?
they will allow you. It's not the weirdest thing that they've seen, as long as you're wearing gloves.
Yeah, sure. I'll put on a pair of the gloves, and because detect magic lets me anything that is glowing. Suppressive magic within 30 feet. Faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that is magic. So I'm looking at every single article of clothing. If he's magical as well, I want to see what part of him is like anything that's glowing faintly, and then writing down a note of like this kind of magic, this kind of magic, this kind of magic, this kind of magic on each of the articles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the clothing articles are, I think the term's glamour weave.
Mm,
So
The one that can change to look however you want to?
yes.
yeah,
Yeah, that's Glamour Wave.
yeah, it's glamour weave. So you can kind of see that I think that would either be transmutation or illusion. I forget if it's
Um,
if it physically changes or if it just looks like it changes.
I want
I can,
rolling that 20.
I
Yeah,
can give it to you. Hold on.
but
Uh, illusionary magic. So
all right, so that shows up as illusion magic. Though as you kind of like push the clothes aside, you can see that uh, Peterson has a lot of magic tattoos. If I remember correctly, let me double check if this is what I get.
Damn, this tortoise was inked up.
Yeah, this tortoise
Yeah.
was fucking inked up. I need to. Okay, yeah, spell rot tattoos are not. Uh, they're not attunement. That's probably why I put them there. So he's just got a shit ton of spell rot tattoos on him.
Oh.
You, if you want to roll Arcana, you can.
I did roll Arcana.
Is
I
that
got
the
a
24?
24.
All right.
Yes.
So with the 24, you can see that these spell rot tattoos are old. They're not a recent addition to Peterson's skin, and you can tell from the intricate designs that, and using what you already know of Peterson's character, these are more for show and to say he's got uh fancy magic tattoos over
Actual utility.
yeah.
Phineas is like he takes out his wand, the Borbis Joyous Wand of Color, begins in midair sketching out the tattoos and labeling what each does, as well as illusionary magic, the glamour weave. He writes next to it. Like he's writing it, everybody can see it.
Yeah, like I will say that the tattoos are kind of so woven together and overlapping, it's hard to tell what any one of them does. And it's even more hard to tell if there's like it kind of muddies everything up on Peterson's body itself.
They themselves are not important. He's just going to like say
Mhm.
just as best as he can translate to what they do.
Yeah. So you do at the very least get that much. Um You can also tell that looking at the wound he had before, the same one from Colbot's nails that you have, uh, you can tell that those wounds have recently closed up with the help of healing magic. With the 24, you can probably tell that it's clerical in nature.
Hmm. Clerical in nature. Good to know.
Mhm.
I immediately point that out and I say, the only one who would have access to the wound is Chest Cleric? Saying out loud. Hoping the forensic scientists will know.
They kind of just shrug with a little, oh. They're not the ones involved in the questioning.
Looking at the rest of the team.
I can go ask her.
She didn't seem to
What?
mention her testimony.
Yeah.
She just said
No.
that she was a student.
Anyone mention their magic during the testimony? Did they ask about it?
They didn't. And specifically, Chestnut mentioned that they were a botanist graduate. They didn't mention they were a cleric if they are. So,
Well,
something to ask.
Mm-hmm.
As for the medicines, Samsa, I'm so fucking sorry.
That sure is a dead body.
Damn.
He is enough acquainted with those to recognize that.
A man has died.
Man has fallen into the Lego City River.
Shut up. Um,
Oh my god.
as for Wax and Yuura, like, you can see that this victim very much did asphyxiate, judging from the sort of blue tinge to his extremities. It does line up with the signs of someone asphyxiating.
Mhm.
Let's see. You also. Yeah. Yeah, his eyes are also still that same milky white that they were before he died when he was blinded. You also can see that the rash is strongest at his neck, wrists, elbows, belt, and belt line, with a decent amount of rash on his shoulders as well. On top of that, it seemed like he was sort of. I don't care if actual turtles don't stain, it don't sweat, but he has some sweat stains on him that indicate he was perspiring for a while before his death.
Mhm. Hmm.
Well, he did get into a fight.
Mm-hmm. So that is what you pull with medicine. Did anyone roll investigation?
I don't think any of us did.
Would anyone like to roll investigation, or shall we reserve
Yeah,
to
sure.
that? Yeah, because
I can roll
otherwise,
Let's roll investigation in this murder mystery.
I'm
yeah,
sorry. I guess I can roll it. It's a +4. Sure.
yeah. Otherwise, you will be subject to arere.
Oh my god! Samsa, you're actually being good at something!
Can I
Impossible!
can I pinpoint something specific that I do want to investigate on top
Yes.
of the original, on top of just general investigation?
If you investigate something specific, I will only take that roll for the specific investigation.
Fair. Then I will just do that. Yoda wants to see, because the last thing we saw this guy consume was his drink. And if it is the poison that it looks like, we have it noted that it can kill in minutes if it's an undiluted version. So, wants to see if drink is still on the table and if there's basically any residue left in the cup that could be tested for poison.
Alright. Roll your investigation.
Good luck couldn't last forever.
Alright. Okay. So, is Phineas looking at anything in particular?
I'll say yes. He sort of looking at something specific. I think he does want to look at that original cut because it was only one small cut, right?
Yeah.
And it was on where specifically?
It was kind of on his arm, like upper bicep, I'd say.
Okay. Something about that add up to me, and it's in my brain. It has with. Oh my god! Hey, I hate to. I myself think I have figured out something, but I don't know if Phineas would look at it.
That's fair.
What information can you give me with a cut with a 15? I'll just put it that way.
All right. With the 15, it does. So it's hard to tell what the cut originally looked at the time of it, because it has sort of healed over. So things like the depth of it and how much it was bleeding or anything like that would probably not would not come through at this point. But
Sam.
Hmm?
Oh, can I just say out loud what my brain is thinking?
yes, you may.
There's two things here that don't make any sense. Because in my brain, I do not think he ingested the poison, the night blossom. I think it was administered in the cut directly into the blood, which, if I remember correctly, would last an hour. It would take over an hour, which is how long it was during our break before he came back. The thing is that I'm looking at the care art for Cobalt, and they're a Howlin' Toon with no claws. They're a bunny. So how do they get a cut there?
Since you're a wizard, I'll give you this to you.
I'm sorry. I don't want to know if I figured it out immediately, and I don't want to ruin your game. But my brain is like,
Yeah, let me.
you know what?
Now I know what the cantrip is. I just need to remember what damage it does. I think it's acid damage.
Isn't it acid?
Yeah, if it's primal savagery, so I think it's acid. Let me just double check though, cause I don't wanna.
It's acid, I'm pretty sure.
If they casted Primal Savagery and it was literally like a claw, then I didn't pick that up if that was mentioned originally, and then that's my bad.
Yeah, a
I don't think it
character
was.
thing is that I didn't think about it until this point, so now I'm retroactively making it primal savagery.
That's fine. That's good. That's all right. I just want to make sure I'm good. I had the thought, and I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Don't apologize for poking leads in the murder mystery.
Yes. And
this is the point of the game.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so you can tell that there is a sort of aggravated burning look around the wound that has now since also started to heal, which would align with the spell Primal Savagery.
I mean, Phineas also got hit by it, so he would know how.
Yeah.
I did get hit, didn't I?
Yeah, so you'd also recognize it from that.
I have another idea, but I want everybody else to go, so
Yeah,
I'll go later.
Let me just
Yeah,
scroll back down. And
Real quick.
Yep.
Just for the sake of note taking, can you one more time run us over where the rash is most concentrated?
Yes, I can. It is most concentrated at his neck, wrists, elbows, and belt line, with a good amount on his shoulders as well.
Gotcha. Shoulders is less prominent than the other four?
Not quite as prominent, but like still very much angry. I'd say it's like a slight difference between the two.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah. So Samsa
seems to be going for blood pools.
Samsa with a 23. You do notice this because you do notice this because you also were the one who noticed the scent from earlier. There's no strange scent on Peterson other than sweat. I'm sorry that you're taking a whiff of that, but you cannot find that burning scent here.
Mm-hmm.
And do you touch him without gloves?
Well, no, because doesn't want to do that.
Mhm. All right. In that case, that is likely what you notice, but if you do touch the fabric of his clothes, there's a very, very, very slight residue left behind on it.
Oh, residue what?
You don't know. You're gonna.
What is this stuff?
What'd you find?
There's something on him, and it's gonna show the residue. Can't tell what it is, but
I have a very bad idea, uh, but I do
Don't
want you all to give me.
taste
Please tell me he's not going to put it in his mouth.
Don't taste it.
He's not gonna taste it.
If it's night blossom, it will kill you.
He's not going to taste it. But he does.
it can't be more poisonous than Camille already is.
Samsa, you hold your gloved hand up for everyone else to see, and all of a sudden there is a much smaller index finger poking into yours,
Oi,
ungloved.
oi, kid, you wear gloves with this kind of stuff.
Well, there's some things that you can only find out if you don't have gloves.
And he starts rubbing his index finger and his thumb together. And
What are you
as
doing?
as he does so, his fingers, the areas that are sort of causing friction against each other, they do start to redden and become irritated.
Like that.
Well, there's that again.
Jeez, Camille.
I'm
Does-
fine.
There's a
You
burning
already have a
smell
head injury.
return.
There is not a burning scent.
Okay. So I suppose.
Wait.
Well, I guess we know what the rash is from.
Did you take a blood sample? That's right.
Of course we did.
What came up?
Oh, we're still running it through now. The usual methods don't. Usual methods are being a bit more angry than usual, but.
Angry? Is your equipment alive?
I don't know how else to describe it, but if what that lady said was true, then it does seem to be Night Blossom.
Anti-magic.
Yes.
Can I quickly
Does
cast
all of
Mage
your
Hand?
equipment rely on magic? That's.
What else
No,
would it rely on?
Yeah. Can I quickly cast Mage Hand? And this is. I'm just gonna put the hand up to the body, like the Mage Hand, and just like not phase it through, because I don't think you can phase mage hand. Just like hold it there, just like hold it there for a bit.
Mhm. Unfortunately, nothing seems to happen.
So whatever's on the clothes is different from. Well, no, actually, the Night Blossom poison doesn't have the anti-magic effects. We talked
Only
about that
if
earlier.
only if
This
diluted.
is a living plant.
Yeah, the poison
Uh,
does have some of the anti-magic effects still inside it.
Only if it's
Okay.
not diluted.
Yeah, it's just not actively absorbing in the same way that the living plant would do.
Okay, so something. Medea.
Oh,
Something was spread on the clothes.
does seem to be a possibility. But
Maybe we should ask Chestnut. She was with him when they changed clothes. No.
It was the only one with clothes. And if the cut wasn't when the cut happened. Oh, brain. God, I can see why detectives do this. It's actually kind of enthralling.
it is, isn't
Don't
it?
tell. Don't what? Why are you saying that?
Well,
Like-
if you couldn't tell from,
He gestures at the familiar forensics agents and the
Right.
inspector.
I kind of got to know Detective Moria, and she took me on as her apprentice.
Okay.
He's damn
Yeah,
good.
That's
I
fair.
can tell the
Detective.
appeal, but
Look,
no.
the spell
Okay.
that Walt casted was Primal Savagery. It damaged me, and if that were to apply to poison, I would also be dead.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you aren't, so wasn't that?
Question for the DM.
Yes.
When we were going over the plant's effects earlier, assuming that this is the Night Blossom plant, because the idea just popped into my head that it could be a bunch of different poisons used to mimic the effects, but that's just
Yeah,
a head
that's
theory.
that's what Samsa's trying to get to.
But when we went over those effects, would we have known anything about whether it could be used as a contact poison? Because I know we discussed ingestion, and I know we discussed if it's into the bloodstream. Is there anything on just if you make skin-to-skin contact?
Nothing on skin-to-skin contact.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, if this
So Yuura would point that out of just, well, the poison can't kill just by touching you.
no, but the man had a cut that was prevalent and accessible by the only person that was with the victim for 1 hour. Chestnut had the ability to, could have, and specifically could have also applied anything to make it all seem like it was ingested. The only thing is that we don't have a motive. I don't want to pin Chestnut. Chestnut is very nice,
Well,
but
servants
He was not a
for a
very
long
kind
time
employer.
grow wary of their master. Found
He was not a very kind employer, and he. Shoot, I forget who was it that heard the whole. I have in my notes the. Don't think this
Wax.
changes anything.
Wax was the
Yeah.
one who got to hear some fun little notes.
Ah, then yeah, Yuura would just point out his interaction with her didn't seem the most kind, and he didn't like. He and Kobold had whatever their beef was, and she has some kind of sway over Kobold's decisions, which could mean that she's caught in the middle of something in the two of them.
We know what the relationships between each of them are with the victim. What are the relationships between what Kobold and Chest's relationship?
They seemed close. He wanted to listen to her and do as she asked. That's why she was able to calm him down as well as she could.
You got any insight on this, big guy? And he's gonna look at Wax. At Wax. Just gonna. You got anything to add?
Wax will shake his head along with myself. I lost brain cells for a little bit, so I am attempting to maintain as much information as my brain will let me.
Fair.
Sorry.
Wax did overhear an interaction between Chestnut and Peterson, if Wax would be willing to share.
Yeah. After the fight, when they went to leave, he said some choice words to Chestnut, how she shouldn't be protecting Cobalt.
Protecting.
That's interesting.
Okay, that implies a threat. And specifically, given the situation, it may imply a threat from Peterson to Cobalt that Chestnut got in the way of. But again, all of this is speculation at the moment. We don't have anything concrete besides what's in front of us. Yeah.
Wish I'd pick up Speak with Dead.
Hmm?
I wish I had Speak with Dead.
That spell is damn useful.
Well,
Yes.
I don't know how useful Mr. Peterson would be. At least in
True.
this case.
True, he did seem a bit of a curmudgeonly sort. He would be too busy ranting and raving about being murdered, or to give us any information on who might have murdered him.
At the very least, I'm certain we can find out the truth on our own. So, at the very least, he could hopefully rest in peace after that.
Or at least a semblance of it.
Yeah. Yuura does, look at the house, and internally is just like, but if any place was to become a haunted house, this is a pretty damn good candidate.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't say that he doesn't say that out loud, but just internally, I don't know, this place has haunted house vibes.
Mm-hmm.
This
I have
bitch
enough
is gonna
of-
be haunted by this.
I
This
have
poor
enough
house is gonna
Halloween.
be scarred for life. Also, was I able to find anything on the drink and play?
Oh yeah.
That's what that scene was.
Right, back to that. Delving into the other notes. Because I want to be sure. Yeah, you do in fact notice something very easily. In that, what plate? And what cup?
Motherfucker.
Ida looks at this and face palms.
Dang. We were at the
Okay.
table.
And the body hasn't been moved. This is the original crime scene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if you look around, a few other plates on your table are missing as well.
Oh boy. I have two ways I could take this. One of them is getting mad at the cops, and is getting suspicious of the staff. Neither is great. Yuura will kind of wave at
I
one of the
think-
forensics officers and say, excuse me, what happened to the dishes that were at the table?
Oh, what? And he looks over at the table and it's just, oh no. I'm gonna get so in trouble for this one. And he turns back to the other officers and he's like, hey, guys, one of you wouldn't have happened to touch the plate here, right? And the rest of them all shake their head like, no, no, no. No.
Ah, jeez.
Okay.
Well,
Um,
before other evidence start to go missing, I say we first go to the garden.
Yuura will, hold a finger, just hold that thought. Did you see anyone? Was anyone else who could have taken it? Have you guys been letting the staff try to clean up some of the mess? Has anyone been by this crime scene before you guys got over here?
Oh, when we came here, the staff already. Well, he's a little frazzled right now. Because, oh
You're
no.
cops. Why are you frazzled? This is your job.
Yeah.
Yuura reaches over and puts a hand on Phineas's shoulder, like, let the man breathe. He just realized that,
He's about to get
screwed up
fined.
big time.
Oh no.
It's okay. Hey, think of it this way. If you can help us figure out who might have taken it, we can maybe fix this. Wins all around, right?
Right. Okay. So, a lot of the staff were still around when we came here, but I don't think any of them came near the table.
Could have happened before the police came around. We weren't looking as much towards the stuff on the table.
Right, and he looks over at the other officers again, like, "Hey, was there something on here? Like, right here?" And, the rest of the officers think for a moment before slowly shaking their heads.
Okay.
Yeah. Happened before the police arrived, and someone who was inside took it.
So that means
So that means...
You did nothing bad, but
I won't be in trouble.
Yeah, not your fault. Go take a breather. Sorry
your
for the
fault,
minor
bud.
heart attack.
That's it, you all. And then goes to join the rest of the forensics gang.
You just handed him like a little sachet of calming tea.
Unfortunately, I don't think he can take anything while he's on duty, but it is appreciated.
Fair.
But yeah, so Gale has a bit of the toonish sweat drop as he's just,
Well, I think we found out everything we could about the corpse, so where to now?
I say we go to the garden before anything else goes missing. Or, well, if it was gonna go missing, it would have already, but we know for sure the guests aren't going anywhere.
Well, wouldn't it be better to interview the guests while we're in the same area? Knock that out quickly before going to the other location where, things could happen behind our back?
Yeah. I'd rather
Sure.
investigate. Honestly, I just want to talk.
Alright.
All right.
Sorry if you hear my desk.
You're fine. Okay. Who do you want to talk to first? Of the suspects.
Hmm.
Gang, if nobody speaks up, I want to talk to Cobalt.
All right.
Of course you do.
I'm not even saying this because they're my favorite character. Like, I'm saying this because I genuinely want to, like, please don't tell me it was you. I don't want it to be you.
Mhm.
Like,
Well, don't start with that. I'm not
yeah,
gonna get them defensive immediately.
I'm not gonna start with that. This is me, Jade, speaking. I don't want it to be them. I also don't want it to be Chess. I want it to be Lady Aina. I don't want it to be any of them. But one of them did it, and it sucks.
That means I've accomplished my job here.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, so you all walk over to Kobold, who seems very on edge as you approach him. And he's just, all right, what do you want now?
Don't get defensive on me. I just want to ask this question.
And well, you and everyone else here. Go on then, ask.
I'm gonna ask you something that I'm pretty sure nobody else has asked. Do you know Chestnut?
Oh. And he blinks because he didn't expect that to be the first question. Um, but he's just, uh, she's my classmate. Uh, I don't,
It's friendly for just a classmate.
maybe, maybe we're friends, but I don't see why you're asking me about her.
She was getting between you and Peterson.
And
Figure out why then. You two obviously have, you three obviously have some history you're not sharing. If we're going to prove any one of you innocence, whatever. If we're going to prove any of you lot innocent, we need to know everything.
mm, fine. Only because I know it's not me, and I know it's not Chestnut. I don't know what I don't know what that Eldrin is doing here, but if it's not us, then it has to be her. But I'll tell you whatever it needs to make you prove that. Oh. Come on. Ask.
Oh, what happened between you, Chestnut, and Jordan? Oh my God, what was his name?
Peterson?
Peterson and Lord Peterson.
Well, we all went to college together before Peterson dropped out at least. And I guess you could say that we were friends before then. I've known Peterson a lot longer than I've known Chestnut. But we all took the same electives in college and we sort of hit it off, the three of us. And he's stumbling a bit, not because he's trying to hide things, but more because he doesn't really know where to go from here.
Yuura, can you grab a chair?
Are you gonna pull up a chair and sit down in it backwards?
No, we need to sit Cobalt down because they're stumbling.
Yeah.
No, word
Yuura
wise, they're
will-
stumbling.
Yeah,
Something
sitting
on
down
their
will also
wards.
help.
Fair.
Yeah, Yuura will nod, like go over and grab a chair from the tables that is very far away from the crime scene. You know, one of the tables that almost certainly wasn't involved.
Mm-hmm.
An unimportant chair
Yeah.
that is
It doesn't-
becoming quite important.
It doesn't have an outline.
Yeah, he picks up that doesn't have an outline. It develops an outline as he walks over and sets it down
Mhm.
for Cobalt.
The three of you were friends. What happened? Why are you not friends anymore?
BRB, I don't know if they came back.
Oh, they are back. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
JJ, you with us?
Yeah, sorry, my grandma tried to call me.
No, you're fine.
Dang it, Grandma, we're trying to murder here.
Ain't that
We're
the name
good.
of some another murder mystery thing?
This is the joke.
but
But but yeah, Cobalt kind of just sinks into the chair with crossed arms as he's just, well, as you can see, we had a bit of an ugly falling out. I didn't really like how Peterson was treating Chestnut. I mean, yes, she worked for the family, but that in class we're all supposed to be equals, you know? And didn't really he didn't do that. When I tried to confront him about it, he was mad that I chose Chestnut over him. But I wasn't trying to choose anything, I just... She's a person. It shouldn't matter.
Rich people will be rich people, I suppose.
Sorry that you lost a friend.
Well, we haven't been friends for a while before this, so you don't have to
Doesn't mean
apologize.
you still couldn't care. If you came to apologize to him, it seems like you at least cared a little bit.
Well, Chestnut asked me to. Oh, while after they walked off, I think. I don't think it was too long after Chestnut came to talk to me, and he wanted me to apologize for almost beating the lights out of Peterson. Said that she missed the days where we could all get along, so wanted to try and apologize for her, but that lot of good that did.
Earlier, you called Peterson backstabber. What did you mean by that? You said you knew him before you knew Chestnut. Is there history there?
Well, you could say that we were family friends. Our parents wanted us to be fond of each other. Um, and well, really, I think he's a backstabber because after we had a bit of a falling out, he tried to pull every underhanded trick in the book to, I guess, take revenge out on me. That's why he's doing something like this, inviting me to a party just to humiliate me, and then make it seem like I'm the bad guy, was right up his alley.
In which, did you ever find the invitation?
Cobalt shakes his head. Investigators had us clean out our entire hammer space, and nothing.
Between us meeting you in the garden and seeing you again on the stage, what did you see? Who were you with?
I wasn't with anyone. I was just,
Snooping?
Yes, I was just snooping. I know it makes me look a lot worse, but if I really intended to kill him, would I be so obvious about it?
Depends on the type of person you are. If you're the kind of
You don't
person to
take-
play, if you're the kind of person to play 4D chess, you could be obvious about it just to build that defense. I'm not saying that's what happened, but it's what the line of.
And there's
Not.
also Arkham's Razor, where sometimes the easy solution is the simplest one.
Well,
But this seems too.
Simple.
No, not too simple. It's the method is far too complicated to be a crime of passion. This was premeditated. If only because I don't
Right?
care what kind of poison you're dealing with, even if it isn't the one from the flower. Poison takes a long time to render down properly. You need some kind of expert on it.
You mean like a whole family? Family that grows poisons inside of things that would probably have books and time to learn inside of them. And somebody who works for such family would have plenty of time and materials to.
It-
God, I don't have message.
fair. If you're thinking of
Yeah.
accusing Chestnut, it wasn't
I'm not.
her.
I should clarify straight through message.
Okay.
Yuura responded in message. Okay, don't say any of this out loud. Let's not agitate the guy.
I'm not. So obvious that we're communicating through message.
Mhm. I was just thinking of that one Young Justice edit where they took out all the dialogue for the telepathy conversations.
The other two are looking at us like, what the fuck is going on between them?
Yeah, yeah, Samsa's just like waiting for any of them to like actually elaborate and like saying, but they're not doing it. Just okay.
Do you understand how bad this looks? Which is still in the brain.
I agree. It looked very bad. She had motive, she had means, and she had time. But I hesitate to make any call before I know everything that I can know. Because hasty calls lead to people getting hurt who don't deserve it.
Hasty
I've read
calls
how
lead to the
these
cop.
cases go.
Hasty calls leads to the cop. That.
Exactly. Mhm. Yuura pause and think of something. Hey, you said that Chestnut came to talk to you a bit after you all left the main area after the fight, right?
Yeah.
Approximately how long after was it, you think?
I don't remember. I was so angry. This looks awful.
You certainly didn't do yourself any favors.
Maybe Chestnut remembers?
We can ask her. We should talk to her next. Is there anything else you think you could tell us? Any slight details that stuck out? We all had a different perspective on when things went down. You were a bit further away. Did you maybe see anyone out of place? Anyone who shouldn't have been? Anyone
Did you
whose
smell anything
reaction?
weird?
Also that. Any information is information.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. If anything out of the ordinary comes to mind, you let us know, all right?
Yeah, I will.
All right. We'll figure out what happened.
Nods. And does Wax or Samsa want to say anything?
I don't have anything in particular.
Alright,
Yeah, neither do I.
fair enough.
Sorry, we took over the questionnaire.
Sorry.
I would rather people who have brain cells like myself do it than attempt to fumble my way through it.
Listen,
I've been had these questions for so long.
but yeah, if you want to say anything, just let me know because I do like to include a bit of everyone if possible.
Yee.
Yeah, who do you all wish to question next?
Also, just to let you guys know, my current desk does look like one of those like pin boards with string.
Uh,
I have 4 pages worth of very messy notes.
And it's all sticky notes, baby. Sticky notes all the way
Amazing.
down.
Not small notes either. I have like one of those big sketch pads that people carry around, the 9x12, and I've just been taking notes on that.
Amazing.
We're at 4 pages.
Gosh.
Oh my god. I cannot pay attention that much.
That's fair.
You are valid and we love you.
Alright, who do you all want to question next?
The body.
Oh.
Where were you the night of your death?
I think Chestnut would probably be the next one to talk to compare and contrast their testimony while they're still fresh in mind.
Yeah,
Alright.
it's definitely Chestnut.
Yeah.
To talk to.
Okay. Yeah, you all approach Chestnut, who is looking a bit frazzled right now, but like looks up to you all and doesn't seem to be like unwilling. She holds up a sign that says, "You're investigating too?"
We're with a detective agency consulting on the case. Do you mind if we ask you a couple things?
Of course.
Awesome. Thank you for your cooperation. Yuura will look over to the others, see if they have anything they want to ask.
I do have a question first and foremost. Do you have a cleric on staff?
She pauses before pointing at herself. And holds up a sign like, I'm not a very high level cleric, but I have taken. Study isn't the right word, but yeah, but I am a cleric.
All right.
Is there a reason
Remind
you
me.
ask?
Oh.
Oh, you go.
No, go ahead. Oh.
Chestnut was just asking if there was a reason the others asked.
Hello? Okay, no, it's working. Sorry,
Ah.
I to make sure. Okay.
I'm pretty sure only Phineas has the like answer as to why to ask. Don't think he shared the information about the magic.
Forgive me. Well, I wrote everything out, like anything in the air, so it could be read, because I have one that can write in the air.
Oh.
You guys would have all gotten all that information.
Cool beans. Not realize that. Carry on.
You're good. I just wanted to know who was the one who healed the wound on Pearson, since I noticed clerical magic on it.
That would be me. You all saw me heal it, actually.
Right. Did it after the fight.
Chestnut
I didn't realize it happened right there and then. I thought it happened after.
Like, basically right after the fight, she casted it. Specifically cure wounds.
That
Okay.
does change some of my thoughts. Technically, it's still possible, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
And how long have you worked for Lord Peterson?
I worked for his dad since about being a teenager. And she flips a sign. I needed the money for college. And
Sorry if I'm stopping myself. By the way, I would think other people would want to ask questions as well.
fair.
I am
Not
brewing
very
my
good at
slate
the
of
asking questions part. I'm just listening.
Fair.
I am brewing my own slate of questions. If you've got yours, unless JJ's got something they want to add.
Nah, I'm with Staria on this one.
Fair.
Okay.
All right. You run yours, and I might be able to run mine after.
Okay.
Yeah, like, she is very fidgety right now. Like, got the leg jiggles, and sort of, like, running a hand to smooth back her ears, all that.
Did you get to have anything to eat after the party or during the party?
She shakes her head.
I'm doing the what is it called? Snapping my fingers at some of the cops.
Mm.
Like get over here.
Mm-hmm.
Yuura will put a hand on Phineas' hand before he can sniff and just said, "Oh, I'll go get something."
Fine.
Because the last thing they need, this Chestnut is already clearly fidgety and anxious. The last thing we need is police presence. So Yuura will
bring some food and a hot cup of cocoa or chocolate or whatever.
Yeah.
Something to calm the nerves.
Chestnut kind of holds up her hands in a stop motion, before pulling out a sign that says, "You really don't have to. I don't have much of an appetite after seeing that."
It's fair. You should at least drink some water.
Shrugs.
I don't think Yuura ever handed back the water that Phineas gave him, so he will take that and hand it to her in case she wants some.
At least something to fidget with.
Yeah, she takes it and starts to fidget with the cup a bit. Still doing her other fidgets, such as like the leg bouncing and the ear smoothing and such. But the cup is now added into the list.
But mostly asking questions to figure out what exactly it is that happened. But I do need to know one thing. What exactly is your relationship with Cole and Noel Peterson? I want to see what they say, by the way. This is why I'm asking the same question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she blinks in a little bit of confusion before going, why are you asking after Kobold?
Well, no offense, but it seems pretty obvious that you two at least know each other, and they seem to have sort of Lord Peterson and Cobalt used to have some sort of refer to sense. Used to have some sort of you guys used to know each other.
Yes. I don't think Cobalt's the one who did it, though. But
I'm hoping to prove that it wasn't who it wasn't. But I can't know that unless you help.
yeah. And she nods before she holds up a sign with a little picture of Cobalt drawn on it that says Cobalt is a classmate and friend. Flips it again. We got close during school, and then holds up a different sign that has a picture of Peterson, that says, Peterson was the son of my employer before he passed, and flips it again. He was also a classmate alongside Cobalt. And she flips both of the signs so that together they read, "We ended up becoming friends over time," and flips Cobalt's side saying, but Cobalt didn't really agree with Peterson's treatment of me. And she flips the other sign to say, I didn't really mind it, but uh, and another flip, he insisted.
Peterson treat you?
What did you say?
How did Peterson treat you?
She pauses for holding up a sign that says, like an employee mostly. Flip, I can't blame him, seeing as that's what I am.
Were you not also his friend?
She kind of just shrugs. Uh, we were sort of friends, but I don't think he ever got past me being his employee.
All right. After the fight, when you took Lord Peterson away to have his outfit changed, um, he was away for about an hour. Did at any point you talk with anybody, leave the house, anything like that? What occurred during that time?
She pauses before she holds up a sign that contains a picture of Scrunkly. On the way there, we saw a strange ferret tailing us.
This is a garden.
Um, and she flips it again, and she shakes her head like, I think it was someone's familiar.
Are you familiar with familiars?
She gives you a flat look before flipping the sign to say, I'm familiar with familiars.
Sorry.
This guy's so stupid. In the background, just like head in hand. Well, hand. Just
Well,
like get over it.
aside from the weird animal that may or may not be a familiar,
I'm pretty sure it was a familiar.
okay, let's move on from that. Is there anything else?
um, yeah, Phineas does sound sus as fuck, but yeah, she thinks before holding up a sign saying, I left the moment Peterson got back to his room, uh, and Flip to go speak with Kobold. I wanted him to apologize.
And we all know how well that went.
It's had another idea that just came into my brain, and I would hate. Nope. I'm gonna go get some water. Yuura, please ask the questions. I'll be right back.
Phineas tags out, Yoda tags in. Okay. I've got a couple of questions of my own. First of all, what brought you to work with the Petersons specifically? Villstown's not a city that's wanted for employment places. What made this place special?
She thinks for a moment before holding up a sign that reads, it's close and it pays well, and then flips the sign, and the previous owner was very generous.
Hmm.
Sorry.
You're good.
Right. He's the one who built the gardens, yes?
She nods. He liked to collect plants from his travels.
Did you ever... You mentioned you're a botany student. Did you two ever talk about that?
She nods.
Do you know what his fascination was with poison?
She thinks for a long moment before holding up a sign that just reads, "It's cool."
You know, that's pretty airtight. I can't argue that. He nods. Chestnut, I understand that a house like this probably has a lot of staff. How many of you are there?
He thinks for a moment before holding up a sign that says, "Less than before," and Peterson was slowly letting a lot of the staff go.
Now, I, Gale, know that this is not a likely thing because this is a murder mystery plot and specific suspects. Yuura's mental thought is, well, if a lot of people were being let go, that could breed resentment. Is it possible that a former servant or a servant in fear of being let go may have attacked to preserve their job? He doesn't quite say that, but he does say, anyone who's in particular charge of laundry? Did Peterson pick his own clothes? Or did someone else select them for him?
He picks his own clothes, but others do the laundry for him.
Yuura nods and thinks on that. Okay. Was Peterson as familiar with the poisons in the gardens as your previous employer?
She shakes her head.
No.
He knew of their value, but that's all.
That garden did seem pretty well cared for still, though. How long has it been since the previous employers, or since the previous head of households passed?
About 6 months.
Ooh, yeesh. 2 down in less than a year. That is not a good look.
Shakes her head.
Did the previous owner die of old age?
Nods.
Is there anyone you can think of that we should talk to? I assume of any people that we're in contact with now, you're probably the one who knows the most about the inner workings of this place, or the one who actually works here. Can you think of one who might be able to give us some insight?
He shakes her head. And this is because I, Fletch, don't want to invent another NPC.
That's fair.
It's totally
So
fair.
valid.
I'm so sorry for going down that line of thought.
I don't wanna. Hey, sure, can I DM you real quickly? Because I don't wanna have to add another content warning to this thing if need be.
Yeah, what's up? Go ahead.
Very cool. I'm gonna DM you real
Uh-oh.
quickly. Just want to make sure I'm not right, or if I am, that at least, you know.
Go crazy, go stupid. But yeah.
Fear.
Just in case. I want to ask before I even say anything.
Mm-hmm. I will say you probably know, your character probably knows that this is definitely not that.
Cool. Make sure. Take it out of the way. Wait.
Yeah.
I do have one more question I'd like to ask.
Go ahead.
Because I have notes down on this so far. Yuura will take a minute and then look to Chestnut. Okay, you're very sure, you're very insistent that the culprit wasn't Cobalt, who is the one who is displaying the most aggression. Peterson have any other enemies? Anyone who might want him dead in such a gruesome way?
Chestnut holds up yet another sign that is like, I can't believe that Cobalt would do anything like that. Peterson did have a few other enemies. Maybe a business partner?
Were any of them in attendance tonight?
A few.
Any of the ones who seemed particularly irate?
Don't know, I was kept very, I was a little preoccupied.
That's fair. You were working very hard. And Yuura will kind of look to where, the other guests are. And I don't know what I would roll for this.
I can tell you right now, like, other guests would have the motive, but they wouldn't have any chance to pull it off.
Right. Yeah.
So everyone
Motive, but
knows
no.
that.
Motive, but no means or time. And he his tongue at that.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, like, everyone would probably be able to get that, so I'm not having you roll.
Did I need you to be honest with me? Did Lord Peterson have anything on Cobalt aside from just hating him? Sorry, because your relationship fell through, and your friendship fell through. Is there anything that you might be aware of? Secrets?
Well, they were childhood friends, so maybe something from back then?
What were you supposedly protecting Cobalt from?
From... yes... self? I believe Peterson said that to me after stopping Kobold from making a bigger scene.
That's all I have to ask. Phineas?
No, that's it. At the very least, not unless I need to see that flower.
Mm. Yuura will give Camille a little look of hey, anything you know, because does put faith in Camille's detective abilities.
Camille looks like he's kind of nursing a little bit of a headache right now.
Fair.
But he is kind of squinting. And I think if it looks like you're about to wrap stuff up, then who would be closest to Chestnut in this circumstance?
It would be me and Yuura, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because we were the ones talking.
Well, even if you're talking, others could be close, so it's up to you guys.
The other two.
Well, it's
Having
definitely
them be
not Samsa.
closest. Yeah.
Samsa's been taking a back seat
Fair.
Yeah.
for the interrogation.
Alright.
It makes sense if the other two are closer, yeah.
Alright. In that case, Chestnut, seeing that you're about to leave, would hand the cup back to Yuura. And I think as Chestnut does so, Camille's eyes sort of widen a little bit. Is there anything you'd like to do about it?
Kiddo?
Well,
Sorry,
if
go
you're
ahead.
if you're gonna prod him, then I'm
maybe
so
not in front of the lady we just questioned.
yeah.
Like as they step away, like Samsa like raises an eyebrow at Camille, just like, anything you gotta say, kid?
And because you prodded him, and because I'm legally required to drop one of these, Camille is just, that's a bit strange, don't you think? As he points at the cup.
What
Yuura
is?
will
Me through it, kid.
look the cup over.
Yeah, so, make a... Samsa, you make a perception check with advantage, and Yuura, you make an investigation.
Alrighty. Fell off the desk. Okay. Not terrible, but not
Success.
great.
Alright. So, Samsa, you have a very keen nose. I'm sorry if this wasn't canon
Always on
before, but
alert.
yeah, I'm sorry if this wasn't canon before, but I guess now you have a nose like a bloodhound. Cause you notice a familiar scent. That same sort of burnt smell. It's very, very faint, but you can
Coming from the water?
not from the water.
From the cup itself.
Yeah, if you do a little sniff sniff, then it would be on the cup. And you're as you pull your hand away from it, because your hands are covered in these sorts of bandages, there is a sort of very light gray dusting on the bandages.
Is it the same sort of residue that we found on the body?
Nope. But Samsa, this is where this has the same scent.
Wait, I smell like a candle going out. It's not gunpowder, is it?
You would not catch that scent. Samsa would.
No, that was out of character.
Fair. All right.
So just
She's
like,
not gonna try and blow us up, is she?
here it is again. I wouldn't advise touching this as much since there's something on it.
Hey, my water's kid out.
It
Sorry about that.
looks a little like ash.
A little bit.
Did she
Yuura will
work with it?
Yuura will like rub his fingertip over the gray stuff that's smudged on the bandages to try and see. Different types of ash have different textures. Paper ash is very soft, whereas wood ash is more chalky and whatnot and what have you.
Yeah, it would have that, rolling off that 20, it would have that soft feel, but it's a little hard to pin down with so little.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way to run run analysis on this?
We do have a forensics team nearby.
I think they might appreciate having something to run tests on.
And he looks over at them.
Or forensics team who are sitting there floundering.
Forensic scientist who is now recovering from a near heart attack.
Yeah, like one of them is still recovering from the scare earlier, and then another looks to be about 2 seconds away from fist fighting a magical device.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yuura will run over there with cup in hand and say, hey, don't suppose you guys are with anything? Machine still up?
If you are here with something for us to test, please hand it over.
Gladly.
Yeah, we got you. We got you, bud.
We were just talking to Miss Chestnut, and we gave her a cup for water to give her a drink because she's a little frazzled, and it's got this all over it. And he will hold out his hand with the gray powder on it.
Absolutely, we can look into this. Finally!
Finally, it's good fucking work.
It will take a little...
Something to do.
Yeah, it will take a little bit of time, but you... Thank you.
No problem. You keep us
I can
posted,
say you
alright?
officially helped.
You are given a salute.
Okay,
All right.
before we move on to this,
Yeah, should we take a bit of a break before you question the final suspect, or...
My brain is melting.
yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
I do have work tonight, and I have to sleep
Fair.
at some point.
Alright, I can cut this into a two-parter.
Thank you.
Oh boy.
I do not have as much time. I don't know how long we've been going for.
About 7 hours. I've been...
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we never need to cut it short here.
Yeah.
I gotta wake that at 10:30. So.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, I'll try and grab you all to schedule something as soon as possible then, but with forensics finally given something to do, we'll end the episode there.
It'll also give us to actually look for all of the clues that we've got and come up with something together. Because I literally wanted to have an in-game storming session with Phineas on a like literally drawing a connection board in the air.
Yeah, if
what do we know?
If we do a two-parter, you probably can because, like,
You do get to have a little deduction show and all that.
Eh,
Yee. This has
but
been very fun.
Yeah, I hope you all
Yeah.
had fun.
Yeah.
I know I did.
I
And
need to go home and like being a detective. That would. God.
Alright. Rest in fucking pieces, Phineas. Thank you to all of our dear listeners, both now and in the future. Bye!
Bye.
Bye.